Streaming live now.
Hello, everyone. Back here at Titan Game Shop. My name is Angelo, and I'm here with Juan, the co-owner,
Correct.
and we're going to watch what today?
Commentary over competitive standard PPTQ IQ 1K at Titan Game.
Like a nice brass payout.
Yeah, that's better than some of the places you out to.
2 invites, and possibly a good chunk of change. That's seems like a good tournament. We're going to be playing standard format today.
Exciting. Saw a lot of decks in the open last week. Hopefully, we'll see some of them here with a couple of new.
Yeah,
See how that goes. On ally deck.
yeah, I did see
Kinda
that
excited
one
to see
out
that one.
there. It's actually helped them get a couple things. Well, I don't know how much I believe in the deck, but I do know that
All right, so I guess our noise gate's probably up a little bit high, so it's cutting us
yeah,
out. We'll get that fixed in just a second here. Right now, they are pairing up outside, and we haven't really picked our feature. Rambling.
yeah, the judge is out there making his announcements the way he has to. And we're going to just sit in here and basically as the chat just kind of keep you entertained for the next few minutes. We saw last week Jeskai Black was a breakout deck. I've already seen one on the floor today.
Yes, that's probably what I would be playing today if I had to pick a deck. Go out there. I really do like the This Guy Black deck. I was running Mardu pre-rotation, adding blue for Jace's guy's command. Potentially, a plethora of other blue-white, blue-black spells. Real good for me.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. Like they call it Jeskai Black, but realistically, if you really looked at the numbers, it could be Mardu Blue.
Mardu blue,
It
yeah.
really could be considered that. It's kind of funny. But like that's one of the decks I've seen. I saw an interesting teamer build out there, which like I was like, "Ooh, that's different."
Is that Broderick's
Yeah,
build? Yeah, it looks pretty good. He played it against me, I guess, was FNM a week and a half ago?
hmm
Or I guess it was a week ago, yeah.
a week and a day probably.
And I beat him 2-1, but the cures were giving me the biggest headache.
Yeah, he actually took one out of the sideboard. He said he hasn't been impressed with it. I'm like, dude, that's right.
It was pretty impressive against me.
I mean, it can just lock things down. It says draw cards, right?
Well, the fact that he was able to put it down, untap his Rattleclaw, untap a land, and be able to hold up counter magic was pretty rough for me.
That seems solid.
So you put a creature down, you have a blocker, you're able to stubborn denial, stop like a ruinous path, or block like me from being able to clear blockers away. Makes it real tough to get cure off the board.
Yeah.
So guys, just a quick question for you out there. How's the audio sound now?
Yeah, I made
The
slight changes.
So if you're watching, just let us know. Any issues with the stream itself, point it out to us. This is only really our second time.
Yeah. The
doing
last
this.
one, though, I consider a huge success.
It was. We had viewers in
Germany,
Britain.
Florida, California. They were everywhere.
Yeah, we even had a store streaming
Yeah.
our pre-release.
Yeah, that was kind of cool. Like, yeah, well, you know, we might as well watch these guys.
So we've improved the stream a little bit from then. Got our audio. I think it's fixed. We had
just turn something up.
Mr. Kidder
Move
here.
one dial, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Made it a little bit easier. All right, so just real quick, I'm going to take a peek outside and see if we got our feature match going. Once.
Yeah, we'll find out who our feature match is. As soon as we do, we'll be back to talk to you. And yeah.
All right.
See you in a moment. Okay, we just found out that they are sitting down and they're about ready, so we're going to go over to the table here in a moment.
Some of the details, like the deck names and stuff like that, are still being entered, but we want to kick it over to you and get this started as fast as possible. So let's go over to our feature match.
Stu Summers, he is Cedric's partner usually when they play teams, correct?
I believe so. I'm not sure. Like he said for the last event, he wasn't able to play.
But in the past, he
yes.
has been his partner, and that's against James Plants.
Yes, that is correct. Now, James typically plays an aggro deck. I've played against him many times in Standard and Modern. And usually it's some sort of aggro burn deck, like a Red Deck Wins or, the Boros Charm version. Like I don't know if they call it Red Deck Wins. What is it?
The red deck, right now, the big one is a Tarka Red.
So he's probably playing a Tarka Red. That's what I'm guessing, but not 100% sure. He's actually a pretty solid player. I have unfortunately knocked him out in his winning in several times.
Well, he doesn't have to worry about you today.
Yeah, but he's also made top 8 on many occasions. So, all right, looks like they are waiting
for us to tell them to go. I'm guessing.
Is it?
Yeah. So he's going to let them know real quick that they can start. Okay, they've resolved mulligans, and James leads off with a forest. Passes the turn, so play behind that. Old school fetches. Pretty. Gonna crack at. Appears he's going to go get one of the new lag lands, black red. Haven't fully learned the name of that one yet. Yeah. I ain't got the green red one. Green red lagland. What's that one called?
The green one, that is the Smoldering Marsh? Or no, the green, that's Cinderglade.
Cinderglade, yeah. That's what I thought. I just didn't want to sound stupid.
All right, so I was wrong. James Plants is not on our Tarka Red. I don't believe. Like, Fletcher Strand is a pretty good indication that he isn't. Stu plays a hanger back for 1 on turn 2. Always a strong play. That's always what I'm worried about looking at. Turn 2 Jace, turn 2 hanger back. Always kind of scary if you don't have the removal.
Yeah, I mean, Jace would be a little more frightening. He's going to crack his fetch, and he's going to go get green white land. So
that is a Canopy Vista, I believe. So as you can tell,
that name is so familiar to another one. Rising Canopy. I'm like, is that the right name?
Yeah.
Am I saying the right name? Because I want to say the other one, and it's just green white. Interesting. I bet he's on the Eldrazi list. That's what I'm gonna go with.
Eldrazi green white. Is that no? It's green white Eldrazi. It's probably the green white Megamorph list. Is what I'm thinking.
It's possible.
I believe made top eight open last week.
It did. Michael Majors
Yes.
played that to a top 8 finish. Which cool.
Let's turn the gain down a little bit. All right, so we had a slight echo up there. It was turn down our mic, speak up a little. Hopefully, you guys can. We only have one mic up for Peter who was asking.
Yeah, and it's away from the stream. So
Yeah, we don't. It's audio streaming straight out. So one taps, draws his card. Honoring, I think he's probably trying to decide he wants to kill that morph.
oh, if it's a den protector, what's he gonna get right now?
Well, I mean, the question is it a Death Miss Raptor?
Right. If Raptor, then it's probably a good call, but at the same time, he has another turn before he has to kill it if it's a Raptor.
But it's also pretty good for Stu that his walker did not get removed following turns. So might still start being able get a little bit of advantage tempo with that hanger back as it starts to grow.
Yeah.
I believe.
I think if I was in his spot, I don't know what's in his hand, but Colligan sounds pretty good.
Yeah, it is Colligan's Command, and it's a Den Protector. So very, very nice. He makes him start a card, and it looks like
James 2 damage and got rid of a Dramoka's Command.
That is some good value there.
Yeah.
That is some good value.
Yeah, that seems solid.
Den Protector, make you card. Happens to be Dramoka's Command.
Get in there for one.
Oh.
That's a Gideon.
You know, I didn't realize Gideon was 4 casting costs. For some reason, I was looking at it yesterday. I thought it was 5 casting costs. But
That thing's 4.
Gideon comes into play with 4 loyalty counters. Its first ability lets you turn him into a 5/5 creature.
Yeah, you can turn him into a 5/5 indestructible creature, or you can put, 0. Go ahead and put a 2. That's typically the first play because making him a 5/5 is kind of stupid. To be honest.
Super great.
I mean, he kind of has summoning sickness like every other creature on the planet. Now he has blocker for that hanger back, and turn he can kind of start around and start getting the beats on. Probably looking to follow up. I would guess with like a wingmate rock. If he suicides the 2/2 into something, that'll be a pretty good tell.
That is probably true. So it looks like Stu here is on some sort of shunned list, or maybe you think he's missed. Oh, that is, he has a Gideon in his hand.
He's on 5 color, I believe, or at least 4. I've seen a protector. I've seen a Gideon in his hand. He has some interesting things.
So I reached a stalemate here. Passes back without any action. Looking at his hand, tough to say.
He's looking to set up a big languish, I believe.
Oh,
nice
silk wrap.
Nice silk wrap.
Nice.
Wrap always deals with that thing.
Exiles the hanger back.
Tokens.
That's correct. No tokens. Hanger back only puts the toppers in play when it dies. Has to hit your graveyard. Exiled. No tokens.
No tokens. I respect Stu's lands.
Yeah,
it's so easy for everyone just to grab the full art Zendikar ones right now. He's got some pretty.
Looks like he's got some of the APAC land. Pacific. Looks like a Euro land.
Yeah.
It's been a while since I've seen anybody play those.
Yeah, I mean the Asian Pacific lands, especially that mountain's gorgeous.
Yes, that's Mount Fuji, right?
Yeah.
So what is he doing here? Response to the silk wrapped. He's going to blow it up.
He's going to blow it up.
Thinks that putting a counter on it and Culligan's worth the value. He's going to get the Thopters out of it, so that'll actually be able to start picking away at Gideon.
What modes are he using here?
My guess is he's going to do 2 to the knight, or maybe to the player, and redirect to Gideon. Probably destroy his head artifact. Yeah. We'll find out in a second here. Cards in the graveyard. Tough decision here.
That was a nice play.
Enemy creatures in his graveyard, so no returning creatures.
Not returning anything. You can look at it from 2 ways. From James's side, you can say, "Well, I've already gotten rid of 2 of the cold ones." That's a power card. But from the other advantage, it's my cell crap.
But I just got a peek at James has a Jamoka's command in his hand. So if he did deal two damage and discarding.
And he's getting rid of a command again.
Oh, so he picked destroy artifact and discard a card. Wow, those Kolaghan's commands have been doing work. He got 2 Dramoka's commands out of it. This one wasn't as crazy, but still pretty good.
Deal.
Get 2 1/1s, make you discard a card. Pretty strong. I've been a big fan of Kolaghan's since it came out.
I was playing it as a 1-0 for a while there. Just activated Gideon and said, I'm just going to bring the beats.
For 7.
Yeah, it seems pretty good. Languish doesn't look nearly as good in Stu's hand. Did a couple moments ago.
Yeah, his Den Protector, Gambling Vents. There's his first white source. You need the second one for Gideon.
But being the second one to play the Gideon, if you don't have a lot of it really puts you in a spot.
It is. He's a little bottlenecked on white mana. At the moment. Like he's holding Motorist Cut, Den Protector, Gideon. Didn't get a good look at that last card.
Yeah, I missed it as well.
Doing some math.
To Gideon.
Attacking Gideon. Has no responses. Down to 3 counters.
Den Protector on the board. That's
Two
the
morphs
morph.
creature, assuming it is the Den Protector. Unless he had another morph in his hand, the one that we couldn't get a good look at.
But that'll bring back another Kolaghan. Seems strong.
But you being on the ropes though, 11 life, activates Gideon. Gonna put him at 4. I find it unlikely that he's gonna block with the Den Protector.
Yeah, me too.
The morph. We're assuming that it's. Oh, and another Silk Rat comes down. That is
That
huge.
is going to get it.
Look at
Must
this.
reveal.
James really had no early action. Somehow Stu is at 4 life.
Yeah.
What is going on with this deck? It's just
Gideon.
I know the power of this Planeswalker just by itself.
He was a little. Oh, what's the word I want to use for Gideon? He was kind of innocuous to heard a lot of people say, I don't think it's as good as as good as this one.
Huge draw by Stu. He gets the Ruinous Path to stop the Gideon.
Oh, he needed that. He needed that bad.
But the problem is, he only has 2 sources of black, so once he Ruinous Path, he won't cut. But still, it's still a huge draw. Yes.
He's going to take 2 probably next turn. He can back his 2 chump block.
Good chance he'll
Trade
probably keep
those
both of them back. He doesn't want to get blown out by Jamoka's command.
Yeah, he has a follow-up cut. He does have a Languish in hand. So I mean, Gideon, get that second black and that second white. He's in pretty good shape.
4 life is a little precarious, but facing green white, you know that there's no burn.
No.
I don't remember if the list had any kind of pump spells. I don't think it did.
I do not think. Its pump spells was Dramoka's.
The only pseudo pump spell was putting a counter on and clearing the way.
Does have 2 black from the Shambling Vent. Another one. And then I think he's in good shape. Behind that.
Oh, this is real scary.
Ooh.
Is it a Death Misraptor?
I'm gonna say it's a
Or
Den
Den
Protector.
Protector.
Gonna get back and Gideon.
Now here, when you're in Stu's spot, you can chump 1 or you double block. If it's a Den Protector, then
The extra token's not doing any good if it's a Den Protector. That thing.
So
The token's not doing. I think you double block here.
I feel like double block. And he does double block. I feel like if you're in James's situation, kind of had to turn him sideways, hellbent right now, no cards in hand. Kind of have to clear the way and hope that Den Protector will get you there. Taps does not draw his second white. But even if he did, if that's a Den Protector, you can morph Den Protector.
Play a Den Protector to match the other Den Protector.
And he fetches.
But he'll be able to flip and get back the root path because I'm assuming that probably going to get back.
My guess is Jamoka's command or a Den Protector. Could be easily get in. It's
Yeah.
real hard.
But either way, Stu can go get the. That's
Well, he has Murderous Cut in his hand too.
right.
So if you're in James's position,
Well, off the flip, he will Murder's cut immediately. That's so not going to be able to do any of it immediately. So
Well,
I don't
here's
know.
the scary thing. James's position. You could go for the win right now. You unmorph Den Protector. It's a counter. So it's a 3/2. And if you get Dramoka's command, you can untap, fight his blocker, and put a counter on Den Protector.
Okay.
But you get blown out if he was holding Ultimate Price or Murderous Cut.
Or a murderous cut.
Is holding. So we'll see how this plays out.
Yeah. Decision time. What's he get?
So it looks like we still have a weird echo on the stream.
I don't understand why we'd be getting that, to be real honest. Turn that.
We'll get that fixed for you guys. Hopefully by the time the next feature match rolls around. Okay, so Den Protector flips. Looks like he's choosing Gideon, Dramoka's command. Either one of those. Both fine choices. Trying to go for the win. Dramoka's command is the better choice. But he does know how much trouble Gideon gave Stu. Oh, he's gonna go for the win. Scary.
Uh-oh.
Draws here. James untaps, draws a card. Not get a good look at it. Go for the win. Mocha's command. Fight and put a counter.
That's probably the modes. Thinking better of it, maybe.
Taps his lands.
And I think he just needs to play conservatively here.
Against a
He just attacks. I think he's fine.
Well, just attacks. You can still block, right? Oh,
Well, the thing is,
he can't block.
Flips. He can't murderous cut because then you can Dramoka's command behind it. Right now, he's in a spot where all he has to do is just go ahead and attack. I think that's the right move. Command in case he decides to murderous cut. Then you can try to kill both things. And
yeah, it is a scary situation. Retrospect, I think that probably the better card to return.
Yeah.
We already know that didn't have. Probably could have guessed that Stu did not have the Ruinous Path earlier. Dealt with it a little bit sooner. So getting Gideon down on the board again, I think.
Well,
a huge amount of pressure.
At the same time, it does force Stu to just head and bring back Ruinous Path. But now he flips. So this is where you
gotta turn the gain back. All right, guys, we're still trying to find that
nice even place where there's not a huge echo and things work. Now that he's flipped and got back the Den Protector, this is where you Dramoka's command before blocks are declared. Now Stu tapped out.
Except that thing is James could have just blown him out here. That was the issue. Oh. Okay, so he didn't even attack.
That's odd.
Okay, things are starting to look a little scary for James. Where full color decks start to shine. They get all their colors. Turn 4, turn 5.
Yeah.
Looks like it's turn 7 now, but when I said turn 4, turn 5, I meant like 4 or 5 land with all his colors. That's where things start to take a turn for the worst.
Yeah, I mean, old saying in sports: have somebody down on the ground, put your foot on their throat, and he didn't. Like sometimes you just got to go in there and just all right, let's see what you got.
Give it a chance to read the Enders series, where you hurt your opponent so bad they're never able to hurt you again.
I've never read that. That does seem about right though.
That is what James should. You return the Dramoka's command. Should have probably followed that line.
You gotta, because you're playing around Murderous Cut, well, waiting a turn due.
Or Ultimate Price, exactly.
Yeah, it just gives him a chance to play Murderous Cut against you next turn.
So he gets
And
2 for 1.
Has a hanger back on board. So
get the Gideon here. Great shape.
just draw.
Good death miss.
Okay.
Hey guys, how's the audio sound now? Is it a little bit better? I mean, I know we still have the echo. We're gonna get that fixed when the next match comes on.
As best we possibly can.
James has a lot of things looking good for him. Attacking with tokens. Now You stabilize it for
playing
life.
it
Has
face
hanger
up.
back for two.
That hanger back is going to get Stu returns of blockers.
I don't think that my Megamorph list has any evasion.
Yeah, and I do think Stu has a Gideon.
Oh, comes the Gideon. What's a two? Put that into play.
Yep.
You have tokens for you guys.
Yeah. Don't have to use the funny ones. Tokens.
Now James has one card,
And that is an ally.
staring at a Gideon. 2/2 Knight.
Ally.
2/2 Knight ally.
For the strange times that actually matters. Yeah, we need to get rid of the mic thing in between rounds.
Okay, yes. Okay.
Yeah.
We'll definitely hand that situation, guys. Thanks for the feedback.
Yeah.
James draws a card. We didn't get a good look at it.
Just in the tank. What do we do?
If you're James here, you can't sit back and just let that.
No.
You just can't let him continue put tokens and grow his hand.
The deck's going to eventually just take over if he just gives them turns to do it. He's forcing an issue here. Okay. Pump. Or they're going to trade. Now I get 3/1/1s, but
I feel the beats coming. Use on this plan. There's a good chance he's gonna use the minus. He feels like next couple of turns to start. Wait, James.
I think in the end, come back to the turn where he attack, and that's where everything.
I think it went back a little bit sooner than that when he turned the Dramoka's command over the Gideon.
I think even with the command, he
Stu's
bringing the beats.
Go all in.
Yeah, like I got you where I want you. I'm gonna eat you.
He is holding the Abzan charm, so
anything big that comes down, he can just get rid of.
takes game one.
So really comes down to the turn that he flipped the. That's a shame.
That is why his magic is so skilled. One little misplay. Unfortunately, the problem with that is sometimes you don't know when you made that misplay, or even if it was a misplay.
And that wasn't obvious. I can see sitting in that chair thinking, if I do this, if I do that, like that wasn't an play line, but sometimes we do tend to get a passive when aren't quite going away, but like for a poker player, you got to play with the big stack, and he had the big stack sitting on 17 life. Play with it. Be aggressive. Go for it. And did that. I think he gets there. Without it.
All right, we're gonna kick over to the sideboard. Hopefully everything was correctly. Look. We have James Plants on the left and Stu Summers on the right. They're both taking a look at their sideboard here. Looks like we got a couple typos, but nothing big that we can't figure out on our own.
Yeah, we'll go smack him around. So Plants, he's got some elementals in there. That's a slightly larger creature. I don't know how that pairs up against Stu's deck.
I think it's fine to bring in.
Valorous stance seems positive. With all the murderous cuts and, direct removal, make something indestructible. I can see that.
But it's situationally good. You looked at Stu's deck. You notice that he didn't play any Rhinos. That doesn't mean he doesn't have any.
Doesn't mean he doesn't have them, though.
So, Valor Stance could be good. I'm fine with the 2 Whisperwoods.
Silk Wrap.
I think the Evolutionary Leaps are fine.
Yeah, I don't mind the Silk Wrap just because we've seen all the hangerbacks. Like bring in the extra Silk Wrap. Like that's just a good removal card. On the other side, we have Stu with 2 Radiant Flames. I'm not sure about that. The 2 Ultimate Price for sure. Like that's a must in as Painful Truths. What does Painful Truths do?
Painful Truths is the Converge sorcery. It's 1 black, 2 colors, and it lets you draw a card for each color. Mana. Sent.
Okay, and we have a Duress. I don't think that's
and you lose a
very
life
good.
for each card that you've drawn.
2 Dramoka's Command, 2 Outpost Siege, 1 Obnixilis, another Ultimate Price apparently, and 3 Surge of Righteousness.
So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 15. So I mean, it looks right. I can double check it.
It looks right. But yeah, the ultimate prices are coming in. There's no question there. Like there's
Ultimate price, great against two-color deck.
yeah.
I don't think there's any place mainline type of creatures in James's
These
deck.
games might go a distance, so
I think
I
I'm
can see
okay
an
with.
outpost siege possibly coming in.
I think maybe it could come in. It's really hard to say. I feel like you want your ultimate prices.
Yeah, absolutely. We agree
You
completely
have
on that.
Nixilus. I think that's fine too.
Yeah, I think Ob or a siege. Like I think a little bit of a card advantage would go a long way in this. So a single siege or a single Ob Nixilis. Yeah, I'm all behind that. I don't mind the Ob Nixilis over the siege though. No question. I haven't seen his exact mana base, so it's hard for me to say which one's actually easier for him to cast. But I assume
We also
red,
didn't
it's
need to
easier.
see a lot of his deck, so he could be running Wild Slashes or Fire Impulses.
Yeah.
So cards like that, if we had a deck list, which we will soon, we would be able to tell you, get a better idea of what we as the commentators would say.
Yeah.
So I can run out and grab those deck lists real quick.
Okay.
We'll go be right back.
Yeah. And from what we saw, I think that's fair to, say possibly do this, possibly do that. They're going to go ahead and they're going to resolve their mulligans. Looks like they've decided what their changes are going to be. So, for those who don't know, this is Titan Game Shop in beautiful Aliquippa, Pennsylvania. And this is a PPTQ IQ 1K. You can also reach them at titangameshop.com if you put in an order or something. It looks like Stu is throwing back and like at hand.
Victory is mine.
Is yours. Stu's decided to take a mulligan, John. Let's see here. 2 Ruinous Path, 3 Gideon, 1 Ob Nixilis. Whose main is this? Stu.
All right, it looks like our mic is the noise gate. I'm gonna have to cut that out.
Okay. But we have. I don't know if that's a Thrag Tusk. I don't know if that's a
That's hanging back.
I don't know.
So let's take a look at Stu's list first. He did take mulligan. He has kept. So we're going to go back to the feature. He opens with Shambling Vent, passes turn. James fetches.
Canopy Vista and move on.
So did he fetch immediately?
Yep.
No, it looked like James was on.
Okay.
So James was on the play.
Yeah, I was looking at
that. Makes
list.
sense because Stu won the last round, so James was on the play.
Yeah.
So I guess the mull's not as detrimental.
No, he got the scry, so that helps a lot too. On the draw with a scry, I don't think a mulligan is nearly as painful as it used to be.
So James, turn 2, decides to lay his Den Protector face up. He's probably under the impression that the game goes too long.
He's just trying to put the pedal down.
I think so. If he's banking that Stu doesn't have Wild Slash in his list, and he's running the 4 Abzan Charms instead, this is a real good play.
Yeah, maybe he learned something from last game. He probably said that back when, I was a little timid.
All right, so looking at Stu's list here, he does not have any Wild Slashes, but he does have 3 Culligan's Commands, 3 Crackling Dooms, and 2 Murderous Cuts.
Okay.
So he can't even cast any removal spells until turn 3. So this is kind of scary.
Yeah, I mean, he can cast a cut if he gets enough fetches a little earlier, but it's not realistic.
It's still probably a turn 3 cut at the earliest. So James putting his foot down on the gas, decides that he's going to go turn 2 Den Protector, turn 3 Hanger back. Stu untaps, draws a Swamp. Does not have any red mana at the moment, but he does.
No, he chooses to not play the Den Protector.
Oh, he does have Siege Rhino in his list.
Yes, he does. He has 4 of them.
And this is huge against James, who's trying to put his foot down and get the show going.
Yeah, and Hanger back gets problem. We already see the Absent Charm sitting in hand.
So Stu looks as Jamoke's Command, Absent Charm, Den Protector.
I don't know if James is just really good at hiding his hand or
Close
Stu
to this.
isn't, but boy, I really am having a hard time picking up what he has, and I'm seeing Stu really well, so he keeps it close, that's for sure.
He does fetch immediately again.
Yeah, beginning of turn, fetch.
Oh, no, he played that Windswept last turn.
Yeah. It's just odd to see him do it at the beginning of turn, while, rather the normal procedure, I just do it at the end of the turn.
Hey, Cody, thank you for the suggestion. The moment we're just trying to get this up. A good enough quality that people can just enjoy the show. The audio is derping again.
Yeah, we're sorry about that. It's got too many mixers going, and in between rounds, we will change one thing.
So it looks like the problem is the computer noise gate is cutting out some of our lower decibel words.
Yeah.
Not sure how to explain it in the best way possible.
When we're getting to the end of sentences and we begin to trail off like you normally do in conversation, it just cuts us off. So there's really nothing that can be done until we get off of the stream.
So getting back to the game, looks like James swings in with his Den Protector. Stu doesn't have any responses.
He wants to draw cards.
Takes 2.
Drawing cards is fine. That's
Forms
a good
card.
response. Especially when you get 2 languishes.
Oh, yes. Language is going to be pretty good here. I think even with the fact that James does get 2 hangerback tokens, you still have to languish here.
Yeah, that's fine.
Now,
you feel more than happy because you know he can't flip the second Den Protector. Like
it might be a
just happy
Deafness
with that.
Raptor.
It could be either way. You're still happy with the fact that, all right, he's not getting, that extra value out of me, except for a couple hangerback tokens, which I have a second language, which I really wanted to deal with him anyway. And
Oh,
he doesn't
no,
even care.
actually, he casts Rhino. He doesn't care.
He just says, I'm going to play Rhino.
So,
Which is
Stu's
fine.
spot,
Next turn, you can still languish.
you could still languish, but you might be scared that he does have the Valorous stance. If he does have the Valorous stance here, Stu's going to swing in for 2, 3, 4, at least 5, 6, if that's not a Den Protector. And
Right.
puts him at 9. And Hangerback has continued to grow.
Again, but we know that there's an Abzan charm in Stu's hand, so if it continues to grow, it might just play into Stu's.
Did he draw a second Abzan Charm?
Oh, no, he did draw 2 cards with it. I didn't see if he got one.
So Stu plays the Siege Rhino, gains 3, passes the turn back. James 14, Stu 15. James draws his card, contemplates. Looks like he has a Dramoka's Command, a land. Can't really tell what else in his hand.
Okay, he plays another Vista. A lot of Vistas.
Hey, you got your 2 basics. The new lands, not so bad. Thank you, Mr. Kidder, for the suggestion. We were actually planning on disabling the noise gate, but we would have to stop the stream, so we're going to wait till this match is over before we disable it.
Okay, he decides to bring them both. It's an interesting play.
Oh, and
That's bad.
so he brings Den Protector, Hanger back in. Stu moves to block the Hanger back, knowing that he has Languish in his hand.
Yeah. That's ooh.
Could get ugly.
He's gonna attempt a Dramoka's Command here.
What is he going to Dramoka's Command here, though? He's going to...
I have no clue. But I mean, that's what he's tapping for.
So he's going to put a counter Hanger back and have...
He's gonna have them fight.
Oh, wow. So he
So-
gets 3 for 1?
3 for 1 by choice.
Which technically isn't a 3 for 1 since Den Protector didn't flip. Oh, no, that Den Protector didn't even flip. That was on turn 2.
That was a turn 2.
So that was a
Protector.
legitimate 3 for 1. And Stu here, probably going to immediately untap and languish. Don't see why you wouldn't. If 3 dudes, 3 hanger
There is
back
no
tokens.
reason why you wouldn't, unless you absolutely want to play another Rhino.
What I would be scared about playing the Rhino here is, James, it's slow rolling that Gideon. You can drop it down, minus it, and then take 6 in the air,
Yeah.
which would only put him at 9, but he'd gain 3 off the Rhino. So at 12, yeah, I mean, that's probably just a fine line of play,
Yeah,
too.
either line I think works.
But the scary thing is not knowing what that morph is. So
Yeah, get it off the board. I mean, if he gets something back,
so he's going to play the little more risky route, I believe.
yeah.
Play
I
the
mean,
Rhino.
he had the languish in hand. He looked like he was going to do it, and then
That's 2 turns he hasn't. And this just showcases the power of Siege Rhino.
it's just the must answer card of the format. It has been since it's been printed. It's like I play Rhino, you must kill it.
That is another Den Protector. He's drawn quite a few Den Protectors over the course of these 2 games.
And it looks like he's going to get back a Den Protector. That classic line, Den Protector into Den Protector. Into Dramoka's Command? I don't know what else he can get out of there. You know, he can take the hanger back, I suppose.
So this is where you're right when we were talking about the sideboard. That Valor stance would be huge.
Yes.
So you're correct.
Yeah. Valor stance would be really nice.
James just takes his draw, swings in with 3 1/1 Thopter tokens, and plays another face down morph. And surprise, surprise, probably another Den Protector. He's 3 mana.
I'm pretty certain he just got one back from the graveyard, so I'm going to go with that.
Holding 2 cards, one of which we know is a Joker's Command. The other card's still a mystery. Stu hasn't even played that many spells.
Oh, he hasn't really had to.
He played an Absent Charm, 2 Siege Rhinos, a couple fetches, but he's still solidly in control of this game, I believe. James has a better board state with the 3 tokens and the Den Protector, but Stu is holding 5 cards, 6 cards.
Yeah.
Oh, he's going to turn his Siege Rhino sideways. Is this finally time for Languish?
I think he's just assuming because, you know, based on his former plays, James has seemed okay with trading away those Den Protectors for it. So, you know, if you can kill one, go right ahead. If not, all right, I'll just Languish. I think that's fair, you know. Also, he's going to go ahead and fetch first. I mean, maybe he has a big 5-drop we don't know about, too. Maybe Ob Nixilis comes down.
Like I mentioned,
there's one card we don't know what it is in his hand, and you know,
like I mentioned last game, once you get to about 5 or 6 mana,
the power
levels of these decks just go up. And he's tapping 4 mana, so it looks like it could be a Gideon, make a 2/2 Knight ally. But he is holding full grip, so it looks like he's holding Den Protector, Murderous Cut, Gideon, Dramoka's Command, Languish.
Every turn, I
and
think he's
another
going to Languish. Every turn he taps the 4 mana, he grabs the card, and then he changes his mind last second. I don't think he's going to find a better time to do it, but it looks like he's just going to go ahead and Den Protector.
It is a Den Protector.
I'm just going to assume he's not casting that all game. It's just an assumption I'm going to make. He's going to Den Protector, he's going to get back a Rhino, he's going to play a Rhino. I think this game ends after that. So
it's going to be tough to come back off that. As soon as he languishes just one time, James is going to be so far behind. It's going to be.
Well, I mean, he's going to 3 next turn, or he's going to 4 next turn, off of the Rhino that I'm assuming Stu's getting back out of the graveyard off of that, because there's only fetches in there besides that, right?
I assume so. And
there is an Absent Charm. So, like, he gets a Rhino, he puts him back to 4. I mean, he's not facing lethal right now. Rhinos do have trample, so that's relevant to deal that extra 3 damage that he's going to need to. So if Stu decides to swing with anything, he's facing lethal on the back crack.
This is a scary position to be in for James. And he goes alpha.
He goes all out.
Turns them all sideways. Shows no fear.
This is what I wanted him to do in game 1.
He should have. I felt like if you were going to return that Dramelka's command earlier, then you should have stuck with the same line of play. And I try to tell that to some of my friends. If you follow a line of play and they haven't, nothing's changed in the board state and card draws haven't changed,
you have to
might
stay
as well
with
just
it.
follow with that line of play.
Nissa.
And Nissa is going to get a flip. So he searches for the forest. Nissa enters the battlefield. You may search for a forest. It's a basic forest, correct?
It is a basic forest, but he'll get the flip. And Nissa, and then he'll get to make a 4/4.
And she flips if you play a 7th land.
Yeah, that was number 7. So, okay. The 4/4 buys him a turn.
That is correct. And actually,
Wait, no, it
He
doesn't.
does. Well, it does because he has Dromoka's command in his hand. So if he flips it, it makes a 4/4.
Well, all he has to do is flip the Den Protector, and he only has one blocker back. So either the Den Protector is going to get through, the Rhino is going to get through next turn, and then if he replays a Rhino, the
Oh,
game's
I feel like
over.
Stu's gonna. Ooh, he's gonna walk into Dromoka's command. Oh no, he's just gonna cut.
He's just going to cut it.
Very smart.
I like the play.
Pays
Cut
2 mana,
that
delves
with
3
it
cards.
on the stack. The next turn he can just put the +1/+1 counter on the Den Protector, and that gets him the game also.
I believe that could be the nail in the coffin.
Thump.
So
That's
James,
tough.
we know James is holding a. We know that James is holding a Dromoka's command.
I believe we have a judge call coming right now because he wasn't sure if that goes on the stack or not. The actual flip trigger.
Well, either way, it's not really going to be relevant because James was active player and he could play the land, but you can't play a land in response to an instant anyways. So Stu would have to back up.
Okay. Well, I know the judge had told us before that if there is a judge call that takes more than just a little bit of time, he wants us to cut away. So if this is going to take a while, we will cut away. But Frank's a pretty good judge. I'm sure he's going to get this cleaned up real quick.
It is a win trigger. So
It
he has to
is.
play the land. The trigger will go on the stack.
Yep.
And it looks like this is what he's explaining.
Stu has an opportunity with the trigger on the stack
Cut
to
Nissa.
murderous cut the Nissa in this way. It's worth looking into. It means the game.
Absolutely. Back breaking right there for James.
It means the game.
I really feel like if you were James, that maybe
So crap. I like it. I like that play a lot. I think that buys him a turn.
maybe if he has Dromoka's command, which he does, he can just put a counter on Siege Rhino. If James had the
Follows with a
okay,
hanger
that's
back.
actually not bad. So that's a card he drew for the turn. So
Yeah.
he did buy himself a turn, I believe. Depending on
A turn.
Oh,
Crackling
crackling
Doom.
doom. That's it.
Which is no different. I mean, he's either going to swing into a 1/1 or he's going to swing into a 1/1 and plays Crackling. But the Crackling Doom is going to do 2 damage.
Okay, so it's not enough to
Dromoka's
kill him.
command into Crackling Doom. GG.
That is if he has the right mana. He does have the right mana, which he's counting up, so he knows.
Yeah, he
smells
picked
blood.
up on it. I attack in. Okay, I block Dromoka's command.
All right. Fight the hanger back. That way a full trample goes through.
Yep.
We'll take 5 and then crackling doom, and exactly 7 points of damage.
Yeah, Crackling Doom's the remaining token, and that's game.
No, actually, he doesn't decide. He decides not to. Decides to get the Den Protector back. He puts a counter, which is only going to trample for 4, which means crackling doom not lethal anymore. Oh.
You get the counter?
No, he had fight and sacrifice an enchantment.
Okay, well, trample damage should.
So Stu's not at 1.
No, James is.
Took the life totals off, so we'll get that fixed for you guys.
Yeah. Got to go yell at our spotter. Between rounds as well. It's only our second one. Bear with us, folks. The last one we had, we got fixed up. Get this one.
It looks like he put Stu's life total back, but oh man,
Yeah.
felt like Stu might have. He
I
might
think
have
he had that.
giving James the opportunity to.
He goes with the +1/+1.
Oh no,
token.
he misplays. And somehow James comes back and wins that game. I think, right?
Well, yeah.
Because
I mean,
Stu
if he
scooped up his
doesn't win it
cards
right
first,
there,
so-
the crackback kills Stu at 5.
Oh wow!
Like the line was there.
If he had just fought the hanger back, then full 5 damage would trample through, and crackling doom would win the game.
More than anything, it was the +1/+1 counter. He needed the +1/+1 counter.
Just fight and
Fight,
+1/+1
counter. That's a 5.
And I think Stu wrote us a note. He said, "I am." It looks like an idiot.
Yeah.
And he's pointing an arrow at himself. And he recognizes it. He knew right away once
Yeah.
he made sacrifice the enchantment that probably cost him the game there. Wow.
You know, a
That
lot
was
of times though, I mean, I've seen it with myself. Notice this stuff is, my mistakes as soon as they happen. The trick is making it so they don't happen.
all right. So let's go back to the sideboard. Got their lists in front of us. And it looks like he has corrected some of the typos. So awesome.
Way to go, spotter. Let's see. Now, I think if the Valor stances aren't in after seeing 2 rhinos, they're in now.
So it doesn't look like they do any kind of sideboard changes. So,
Okay, so I have to assume they're in.
yep, we're going to assume that the Valor stance is in because James did not touch his sideboard. Going back to their feature match. Looks like they're...
Looking at phones.
Well, it looks like they're pressed for time, so that's probably a timer so they can get a better look at the clock. So they both snap, keep their hands, play their lands, pass. First 2 turns, look like they're going to come and go real quickly.
Okay, hanger back for 1 real fast. We're going to fetch.
And they're playing at a blistering pace.
They are. This game's going to go a little quicker, I believe. It's hard to believe that this is around already. You know, like we're getting towards the end of it. Just to remind you guys, we will be taking a slight break in between round 1 and 2. We have a couple audio things that we need to fix. Plant's got a Vista. He goes and cracks another one, and he's going to go get a forest.
Protector or a hanger back.
I think he's either going to get a forest or plains. He grabs the plains. Full art, new Zendikar.
Absolutely beautiful, beautiful looking lands.
They are.
They did a great job on the artwork here, but I still have to side with Stu on his.
Yeah, his lands are so nice.
And he answers back with a hanger back at 1.
Yeah.
Looks like they're trying not to get a draw here, so both players still playing at the same speed. It looks like Stu actually has...
Stu seems a little calmer.
He does. He's played a lot of high-level matches, played a lot of GPs, and played on the tour several times. So
James, just watching his hands, seems a little bit frantic here. He's going to immediately crack. Again, probably a 4 since he grabbed the plains last time.
that is my guess as well.
Yeah. And that is my favorite 4, so I'm glad to see that one. I was a little disappointed that they didn't bring back the pyramid plains. And we're going to go to Warden.
We did not see Warren earlier. That must be... Let me take a look.
It could be a 1 of. This shows up in weird... No, it is a 4 of. Main board.
Wow, and the first time we've seen Warden of the first tree, he has 4 of in the list, but he doesn't draw any until game 3.
And on turn 3 at game 3.
That is correct. And I think that's one of your most powerful early drops in the deck is the Warden.
It's your fleece main line. You're swinging for 3 on turn 2.
So in Stu's position here, he could call his command, but you're worried about Tramoka's command. So I think you still cast it here, though. You
ultimate price and get rid of that dang Warden.
Yep, he does.
that thing's scary at that point, you know, because he can be a 3/3 that quick.
That is correct. Now, when I look at Warden, I always think, because its ability is multicolored, I always feel like Warden's a gold colored card.
It is not.
And it is not. So the ultimate price does work on it. Stu does draw his 4th land. Looking at Siege Rhino and triple Kolaghan's command in his hand.
Ooh.
Wow.
Ooh.
Oh no, he's going to get blown out. So James decides to put a counter on there and fight with the hanger back.
Okay.
But Stu, in response to the counter, can
It's just
call
going to
against
call command.
He's only going to get 1 token. He's going to destroy that. And probably make him pitch a card since he doesn't have anything relevant in his graveyard to return. He gets his 1 token.
He does get his 1 token.
He gets 2 for 1, but he does get a 1/1 Thopter token. Discards a land.
Gets rid of a canopy. I think people are too quick to discard lands.
Sometimes. I feel like the green-white Megamorph, except for Nissa,
you only need 4.
There isn't a whole lot of lands that you need. You want to be able to Megamorph.
Let me just, for a question. He real quickly threw away the Canopy Vista.
That's probably why.
Then he goes and plays a forest. But he already has 2 basics on the field, so why not just throw away the forest and keep the Canopy Vista?
That is true.
And it's like, land. All right, I'm just going to get rid of it. So
you definitely want more colored lands. And there isn't any enchantments or spells that hit.
No, we don't have any tectonic edges in this format or anything like that. It's standard.
There's that one sorcery. What is it? Exiles non-basic land.
I guess that's true. Does that see play? I don't think it does.
I don't think so. Just modern, probably. Stooge quickly untaps, turns his hanger back sideways, plays Rhino.
I
James
know.
falls to 13. Stu 19.
Yep.
They've
And
slowed to
that
play
is
down
the
a little
power of that card.
bit. Yes, the
Just,
swings on Rhino.
I mean, a 6-point swing is unreal.
I almost feel like Siege Rhino should be an Eldrazi.
It's close to being a mistake. Like, if it was a 3-drop, it would absolutely be a mistake.
And there we see the Valorous stances we were wondering about him
Good.
bringing in.
I'm glad he brought those in. If it's a 4-drop, it might be just a little bit overpowered. A 5-drop, I think, would have been correct.
Or maybe just the 4 colored symbols in its casting cost.
Yeah, maybe. Evolutionary Leap came in. Okay, we're going to see some shenanigans now.
So the leap helps the mid game with all Stu's removal.
Yeah. Yeah, he can sack things away to go get other creatures. And when you're playing with tokens, you can sack things away to get creatures.
Also helps him keep up with the card advantage in Stu's deck. The Absent Charms, Culligan's Commands, Den Protectors. I feel like Stu's late game card advantage is a little bit better than James's. So citing Evolutionary Leaps, I approve of that. I'm not sure if I'd cite all 3 in.
I think that's another Rhino.
Yes, answers for the second Rhino. And I wouldn't be surprised to see a third one come down because they always travel in packs.
They always come in. No, they don't do packs, man. They are
travel in.
crashes.
Crashes of Rhinos.
Rhinos are crashes.
I think packs are. Is it just a generic term, right? So that's probably not.
No, it technically it is specific species, but rhinos travel in crashes. So do rhinos. Elephants are also crashes. It's basically large mammals are crashes.
Yeah. Either way, you should be scared.
Yeah, you should be scared.
So James is at 5, Stu's at 20.
The only time you see a pack of fish is when you go to the store.
We have Siege Rhino Hangerback staring down a Thopter token.
And a Nissa, which he's going to have to block with.
With only 5 lands in play. But he does have a leap, though. So he could play the lottery and try to sack something away and try to find something a little bit of a bigger butt.
What does he need?
He needs a Death Mist Raptor here.
Yeah, I mean, that's really it. Like, what can he get is the question. It's like, oh, Death Mist Raptor. But then, even on a double block, if the Hangerback goes away, then he's going to get 2 tokens, and I don't think, short of Hangerbacks, he has any way of answering anything in the air in his deck. I guess Dramoka's commands, but that seems a little soft.
Stu quickly and taps. Smells blood.
Quickly attacks. Yeah.
Sideways. He knows he's holding Culligan's command. Even if the Rhino tramples for 3.
So Rhino gets in for 1.
2, 3.
2.
2 probably.
And then Hangerback gets in for 2. That'll put James to 1.
I feel like if you're James, you put that Thopter token in front of that Hangerback. You cannot...
I think he's planning on cracking the evolutionary leap to the Thopter. Dramoka's command.
Did he move to blockers first? Or is he casting this Dramoka's command? I know he did some gestures. It looked like he was moving to blockers.
It's what it looked like to me. It looked like he had declared a blocker. And, okay, he's going to blow up the Hangerback, remove that from combat. He's still going to lose his Nissa. But he's only going to take 1.
So, do you think that James was holding a second Dramoka's command, and that's why Stu didn't cast his Culligan's command? Because I feel like if you Culligan's command here, you deal 2 to the Nissa and make him discard a card. Then you just trample over for enough to
put him to 1.
Put him at 1. And then next turn you just cast Culligan commands and win.
Or no, he loses that game because the Hangerback's still on board and it's still attacking.
That is true, actually. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
That would have been 6 damage.
Wait, so what's going? Did he sack the?
He sacked Nissa away.
Does that you can't put damage on the stack anymore? Which
you
means
cannot. So
does that mean Siege Rhino's going to trample
damage.
for 4?
3. It's a 4/5.
3 exactly. So I apologize. Which puts him at 2.
Which puts him at 2, and
Culligan's command.
Culligan's command is game. Come on,
Oh,
Stu.
he's at 2.
In this game.
I think
Stop
he's just going to play it
slow-rolling
safe.
me.
He's probably going to end a turn Culligan's, and then untap.
Yeah,
Culligan.
that does die from the Rhino. Like, that means something.
And James holding a Wood of Foothills, a Nissa, a hang. No,
It's a
two
hanger
Nissa.
back. It was
No,
not
it
enough.
was a Nissa and a hanger. So he extends the hand. James take, or, excuse me, Stu takes it down
2-1.
2-1. Four color Abzan, splashing red for looks like Colgan's
Yeah.
commands.
Yeah, Abzan red and versus green white, which it's funny because they finished with a 2-1 record, and I felt like Stu should have won game two, and James did, and I felt like James should have won game one, and Stu did. So it all equals out probably the way it was supposed to.
Definitely. All right, so we're gonna kick over.
Small break here. We got to fix a couple things with the audio stream, and we will jump back in after this round to start the next one. Please give us a moment to fix this.
All right, we'll see you guys in a little bit.
Okay, we're back. The gate is down, so it should be okay.
We're going to kick over to ourselves so we can say a quick
Hello and
hello.
all that. Yep.
Hey guys, welcome to Titan Game Shop's little studio. Obviously, we're back in the dungeon right
The
now.
dungeon, yeah.
As you can see our nice little banner, which is kind of crooked right now.
It is, but, that'll happen.
All right, so we have hopefully fixed our noise issues. Let us know on the stream if we haven't, if there's any issues. I don't hear an echo in my headphones, so I think it was a noise gate.
Yeah, I think it was. I think it was just cutting us off at the end of our sentences, so... I mean, when we had it before, I don't think we had the noise gate on, and we was trying to make it sound a little more professional. And sometimes when you do more things, you end up shooting yourself in the foot. And I think that's kind of what happened. But if we don't try these things, we'll never learn. So,
Alright.
but this round, we have red black
Red Black Aggro versus a Tarka Red.
versus a Tarka red.
So
So this
two
one
aggro
should
decks.
not be as long as the last one.
So just real quick before we get to the feature match, my name's John. This is Angelo.
That's me.
I am the co-owner with Chris Sensen at Titan Game Shop, and Angelo.
I am the host of the Pit Imps podcast, which you can find on MTGcast, mtgcast.com. And, that's where people know me from, and you follow me on Twitter at Gongsuo and what have not. But we'll get all into that later. I think we got a game coming up here very, very shortly, and we should probably go to it.
And we're kicking that over. Let's see.
And we're rolling to see who goes first. I'm going to guess Regis's. He rolled an 11. I didn't get to see Hafner's, but
And just real quick, we got names on the wrong side, so I'll get that switched real quick.
yes. Okay, so while they resolve mulligans, if you did want to follow me, you can follow me at Gongsuo on Twitter. That's GANKSUOU. Also, you can get a hold of John right here at TitanGameShop.com. There's an email link there and everything else. So, you need to order anything, feel free to get a hold of these guys. Or, if you just want to find out when our tournaments are going to be and when we're going to be streaming these things, we do post it there. We also post it on the Titan Game Shop Facebook group. So, yeah, and this is an SCG 1K PPTQ.
Yes, standard format, if you haven't guessed already, by a Tarka Red and the previous match.
Yeah, so we're getting the name switched. So for anybody wondering, Regis Wallace is actually the guy on the left.
Can you hit the update button on the names? Hit update real quickly.
Okay, see, now they're fixed.
All right, both players shuffling up. Not really sure who won the die roll, so we'll find out soon enough.
Hafner, I think, he rolled an 11. And Hafner is just aggro. Aggro, 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 aggro.
That is correct, and we also actually have to get the deck switched too. The player sat on the wrong side.
Yeah.
But easy fix. Nothing too crazy that we can't fix here, and not like the noise gate earlier.
Yeah, that's something we can fix right now. So actually, Regis Wallace is on red, black aggro, and Chris Hafner is on Atarka red. I have not seen Hafner ever run a deck that wasn't red, so he's pretty proficient at these things. I look forward to seeing how he plays this out. I'm also looking really forward to seeing the red-black. I know it did okay at the SCG Open last week. I believe one of them top 32'd. So, I mean, it's about what you would expect. I mean, you have the 2/2 or the 3/2 for 2 that you can give haste. He sits there, he plays with, some dragons and some other sorts, and it looks like he's lining up a hanger back as well.
All right, so we've got everything fixed.
Everything is
finally.
fixed.
Hafner gets a 1-drop in the form of
Zergo.
His fetch line drops to 19, and just like their deck names imply, they are playing in a very aggressive fashion.
Yeah, and every one of Hafner's mountains are going to look just like that.
I hope so. That is a beautiful mountain.
Because I know that he bought like 20 of them the other night, and I was like, okay, yeah, let's just kill that, get rid of it.
Immediately slashes a turn 2 hanger back walker.
Seems right.
Cracks his fetch, drops to 18, 18. Searches up
Cinderglade?
the Cinderglade. Yes. Is that a foil Cinderglade?
It appears to be, but it could just be the lighting.
It is
Nope,
a
that's
foil.
shiny.
Yes.
That is shiny. Ooh, shiny.
Untaps and draws for the turn.
And ooh, Monastery Swift Spear, Monastery Swift Spear. Not a bad turn.
Double Swift Spear. So
Get
he
in there for 4.
crashes in with his...
Play another Cinder Glade. His mana's correct.
Yes.
We have 3 cards in the graveyard. We have to keep that in mind because there is a Become Immense in the deck.
Now, I forget the name of this guy. It's something Forerunner or Runner.
Ulamog something or other. He's a 3/2 that gives colorless creatures haste.
And he decides to leave it back. He does swing in with a Thopter token, though.
Yeah. And we got 2 triggers going. We have trigger for the monasteries. So we're swinging in for 6 now.
He gets 2 of the old school goblins. And those goblins, if you guys don't know much about Magic history, actually are not printed like that anymore because they have the magic backs.
They
and
do.
If you shuffle them into your deck,
Yep.
it is a game loss if you present your deck with one of those tokens in there.
Yeah, I have some elephants and stuff from back then. Really nice cards. Really nice. Plays another one, decides not to swing in again. He's just going to... It looks like Mr. Wallace has decided that he is not the aggro.
That is correct.
And we're just going to get in there with a...
Oh, wow. Hafner's Abbot reveals a 3rd Monastery Swift Spear.
Ouch.
Hafner just decides he's going to turn them all sideways.
Yeah. What's the point of slowing down? Just keep getting damage in.
Wallace is on the back foot. He hasn't drawn a 4th land. I know he's holding 2 Thunderbreak regions.
Yes, he is.
And he does get his 4th land. So, it might be a little too late, though.
He's going to crack immediately, go to 5.
Has to drop to 5. And this is scary because Hafner hasn't... He's missed...
He needs to play 2 creatures. A Thunderbreak doesn't do it on its own.
Yes, and Hafner hasn't played any lands, so that's a good indication that he's holding...
Gas.
Yes, either Tarkus
I know he has a
Command-
strike.
It looks like a Battle Rage in his hand, too.
Okay,
So he... Looks like a Lightning Berserker.
yeah, it is a Berserker.
Probably a good indication
Gonna
that it is a...
Burn,
yes.
Wild Slash at, okay.
And that was a blisteringly fast game 1.
Yeah, we might actually be able to pull a second game over this round.
That's probably a good idea. And that... Oh, oops. He
Yeah.
reveals his 2 Chandras that are in his deck.
Yeah, oops.
So, Hafner takes the game 17-5. Wins
Right.
first game.
Wallace will be on the play this time, so he's not quite on the back foot as much. I mean, when you got aggro versus aggro, a lot of times it comes down to, you know, who goes first and who draws better from that point. And Hafner drew really well.
Yes,
He
he
went
got-
first. He
got-
had a turn 1 play. I mean, all of that just lines up for his deck to do good in that matchup.
Got the double Wild Slash, which is huge in
Yeah.
the aggro matches. So
So,
both players shuffle up. Let's go and see what they got on their sideboard. Looks like Regis has 2 Twin Bolts. I think those are fine to bring in, especially since he did see the Dragon Fodder.
yeah.
A Rending Volley, not that good since Rending Volley hits blue and white creatures, so probably not going to bring that in. 3 Roast. Fine to bring it a little bit slow, I feel like.
I don't see... I didn't feel that I saw anything out of Hafner that would make me want to roast.
2 Ruinous Path, 2 Outpost Siege, 2 Duress, and 3 Self-Inflicted Wounds. I think the rest of that stuff probably just stays in the sideboard.
Yeah.
So he has a potential 5 cards that he could side in, but I don't think you bring in...
I think you just bring in the 2 Twin
Right.
Bolts and move on.
That is correct. I guess it really depends on how slow Regis's deck really is. I know it says red-black aggro, but I did see a Flamewake Phoenix when he was shuffling up and Thunderbreak, so it more seems like a mid-range.
It looks like an
Red-black.
aggro deck that has potential to go mid-range. You know, like where when you look at Hafner's deck, it is just clearly all in.
Now, on Hafner's side, he has 2 Thunderbreak Regents, 2 Goblin Heel Colliders, 2 Arc Lightnings, 3 Roast, 4 Fiery Impulse, and 2 Twin Bolts.
Well, without the benefit of seeing that Mr. Wallace has Thunder Breaks, I don't think you bring in yours.
But he did get to see it at the final turn. Regis did play that Thunderbreak when he hit his 4th mana, so
That
he
is
knows
true.
that he has Thunderbreaks.
That is true. So I probably Heel Cutter for that then.
Well,
No, because you don't want to target it to take 3 damage.
taking
so.
3 damage is fine if you're on the play. I think Heel
Yeah.
Cutters stay in the board.
On the draw, I don't think it's
On the draw.
nearly as good.
I think Arc Lightnings are great to bring in. Twin Bolts is great.
Impulse seems okay.
And maybe it really depends on how much removal you think they bring in, because you don't want to dilute your deck. The The Atarka red deck already only has,
Yeah.
was it 17 to 20 creatures?
Yeah, it is very light.
So, I mean, you have to cut a lot of cards, and we're going to kick back over to the feature match. They shuffle up and
Yeah,
get
it didn't
their
look like they
plays.
made that many changes if they did. Zergo on turn 1, it's going to get slashed.
And Regis this time does have the slash for the turn 1 play.
And he's going to follow up with a hanger back. Let's see if that gets slashed.
So Regis has a great curve as well this time.
And that'll get slashed.
So 2 lands, 2 slashes. Regis doesn't
And
end
turn
up with
3 that quick.
Yes.
Regis is going to go ahead and fetch for his 3rd mana. I see a 3/2 hasty creature.
3/2 hasty, or maybe a
That's my
2/2
guess.
Flamewake Phoenix.
That's possible too. I'm going to guess the 3/2.
No.
Nope.
He plays a Scat.
Scat.
Yeah, that is a.
It is a hasty one.
And he is going to
And
take
it's
2
gonna
off this.
And it's going to become renowned.
Because Hafner, I showed the Fire Impulse when he was shuffling his hand, so he's going to cast the Fire Impulse, I believe, on the Scab Fan. And take 2 for it. If he remembers
Burn.
his
He
triggers.
brought in the impulses.
So let's see if Regis. Yep, he does remember his trigger.
So there's a lot of action going on, and no one's hitting anybody really.
Yes, it's still 1918. Hafner did take 1 combat damage,
Yes, he did.
and the rest has been fetch lands.
Yeah.
So 1917, Chris Hafner up 1 game.
And
He lays
we
the
have
Chandra.
Chandra.
Yes, and he revealed that earlier, so no big surprise. Ooh, and it looks like Regis has 2 Thunder Breaks again in his
Ouch.
hand, but no 4th mana. But he does have the answer for the Chandra with Twin Bolt. Swings in for 1.
Yeah, 1 more man would be really
And
nice.
here's what I was talking about
There it
earlier,
is.
where the Tarka red deck is very light on creatures, and it looks like siding those Fire Impulses, he probably sided some creatures out.
Yeah, and here comes the Thunder Break.
His hand is Wild Slash, a Tarka's Command, and a Titan Strength.
Yeah,
Ooh.
that's not what you want to look at. I mean, at some point, Hafner, if he doesn't get a creature, he might have to consider actually firing off a Titan Strength onto his opponent.
If he
so
just
can get the
scoops, he doesn't
scry.
even want to give it a shot.
Oh, man, you got to at least try that. You know, you let him attack, you take your damage, you go ahead, you fire off the Titan Strength. You get a scry, you get to look 1 card deeper. Maybe you see your answer. If you don't, then you scoop.
Yeah, there really isn't a whole lot of answers for that Thunder Break once it comes down.
Not really, no.
With the Tarka's deck, you pretty much have to take 6 damage just to
Yeah.
kill it. You have to cast 2 burn spells on it. There isn't any 4
Yeah.
damage burn spells in the sideboard that
Nope.
would take care of Thunder Break.
No,
So both players
rotation
shuffle.
happens, so that kind of changed that whole, I'm going to deal 4 damage for 1 mana.
There has been some argument, because Thunder Break is one of the more powerful creatures in the format, that you might want to run some sort of plummet effect.
What?
Like they've asked
Plummet,
me,
Languish. I know you can't splash for Languish, but nonetheless, you need 4 damage is kind of the magic number with a lot of the good creatures in the format right now. So
So both players quickly shuffle up.
they're shuffling just as quick as they're playing.
Yes. So what we'll do if this match ends early, which it high likelihood,
Yeah, I don't think this one's going to time.
we'll take a short break, find another feature match for you, and we'll be back. But for now, let's see if both players keep their 7.
Yeah, unless for some reason every other match ends 2-0.
So Hafner looks at his hand. He's on the play. Looks like he's got Bloodstained Mire, Wooded Foothills, Abbot of Carroll Keep, Titan Strength.
It looks like too much land to me.
It looks like he only has
What
2
is-
lands.
Oh.
No, so it's not a Wooded Foothills. It's a Cinderglade.
Cinderglade.
Opens with Cinderglade, passes a turn.
I would have liked the Wooded Foothills there better.
He gets the Zergo.
Zergo.
So let's see if Regis has the answer for that. And he
All that shiny is messing me up. I thought they were lands.
It'd be beautiful ends. He decides that he wants to roast it. So he did bring his roasts in.
Okay.
Hafner drops down to 19
I
with
don't know.
a crack.
I don't see the point in the roasts.
Well, if your deck, if you know that a Tarka Red has minimal amount of creatures, then I don't see it as a bad plan. Because you only have to kill maybe 2 or
But
3
then you're
creatures.
putting yourself in the same place.
Well, he does have Thunderbreak, though.
He does. And a Thunderbreak can take this matchup over.
So he gets the Abbott.
Abbott.
Oh, he hits the land.
He hits the land.
That is the dream Abbott there when you don't have your third
Oh,
land.
turn 2 Abbott usually never plays out for me that way.
Well, that's turn 3 Abbott.
Okay, either way, when I need that third land, it's not usually there.
Yes. So Regis untaps and just twin bolts the Abbott. He goes 1 and he actually just goes straight 2 to the Abbott.
Yeah, let's just kill it.
I think that's the correct play since you know that
And if he
done
has any
kind of
burn
testing,
spell, yeah,
any burn spell or any Titan Strength,
he goes ahead and pumps that thing. You just deal the 2 and you're
here
fine.
comes the Abbott again. Oh,
And that gets a becoming
and
mince.
he tap the? Oh, he just passes the turn. He doesn't want to play anything else.
Mm.
So
Now
Abbott,
that's a 1 of in the deck, I believe.
become immense. Actually, I
Yes.
think it's a 3 of. in his
3
list.
of? Okay.
Wow, and Regis is he's
Just-
on the removal plan.
Yeah, he's got all the removal. Here comes an Atarkus command to pump.
So it looks like it's +1/+1 prowess trigger and 3 damage to
Yeah.
Regis. Here comes the colorless haste creature, stays back, doesn't have enough mana to activate it.
Mm-hmm.
So Hafner looks like he's flooding out a little bit. I think the Autarka Red list only runs about 21 lands.
Yeah, it's very short-landed for today's standards. You know, yeah, back in the day it was 20, 20, 20. Remember that? Yeah, it's not like that anymore.
Oh,
Ooh,
wow. Hafner
he's
double
doing a
Titan
bunch.
Strength. Oh, wow. He goes Titan Strength, Titan
Ugh.
Strength, Autarka's Command, which is probably dealing 3 and giving +1/+1. So triple prowess triggers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and puts Regis at 2.
Good thing for Regis that it wasn't the double strike spell.
Yeah, if it was a Timber Battle Rage, game would be over. But
Yeah.
at 2 life, now you're just on the back foot.
You just cannot let this deck hit you.
And he saw the Wild Slashes while he went for it. And just like that, Hafner takes it down 2-1.
You just cannot let this deck hit you.
That
It's
is
just
true.
all it comes down to. And like he chose not to block.
Wow.
And he
that was
died
crazy.
with a Draconic Roar in his hand.
So what we're going to do, guys, is take a quick break while we find another feature match for you. We're going to do a quick plug for you, in case you guys haven't met us yet. Hey guys, John Tan over at Titan Game Shop,
I'm Angelo from the Pit Imps podcast.
and we are doing your commentary today. So hopefully if you like it, show us some support, get on the stream, tell us if we need to improve anything, or just give us a good couple pats on the back. We appreciate it. If you want to see some updates and when we're going to do some future tournament streams, I got the Facebook/Titan Game Shop right behind me. And if you want to listen to some weekly Magic podcasts, Angelo.
I can bring that to you. Go to mtgcast.com and click the link for the Pit Imps podcast, and you'll find my show there. And, we bring you on every week. It's kind of on the adult side, so don't think that you can really listen to it too often with your children in the car. But
Some great humor, though.
there is some great humor towards the end. But at the beginning of the show, we bring a lot of good information as well.
Yes,
so it's
very-
kind of both worlds.
Very informative, lots of great content. You'll actually be able to see his link right underneath the Pit Imps logo when we go to the short break, which we are going to do now.
Okay, so sometimes things work out. We walk out, first seat in front of us. We had two 1-0 players who were going to game three, just like shuffling up and getting ready to present decks. So we just moved them right over, and this works out pretty well for us.
Yes, sometimes the dominoes fall in the right order.
Yeah, and it's kind of funny. There's 30 minutes left in this round.
Yeah, that or that match we just watched on camera. Wow, that was quick. It, just like that, 3 games over in less than 20 minutes. So
Yeah.
Josh Milliken on the left and Josh Merrill on the right.
Yep.
Milliken running the Atarka red list that we
No,
just.
he's on actually landfall.
Oh, he's on. So he's Atarka landfall.
Yes.
And
It's a red-green landfall, and Merrill is on Jeskai Black.
That's what I would be playing today. Just that black. It's good. So
I mean, it does look a lot like the Atarka red, but he has landfall creatures in there as well. So, and he can win on turn 3.
So Milliken just decides to run the Abbott out as a 2-drop. Doesn't care about exiling a card. And Merrill responds with a Soulfire Grandmaster. Extremely good in this situation, but not that good considering I just saw an Atarka's Command flash
Yes, you did.
in Milliken's hand. So for all intents and purposes, guys, we're going to use last names since both players...
Or Josh. So
Josh, sure.
Josh decides to block Josh, and
yeah, that wouldn't work out very well.
Yeah, that does not make for good radio.
So Milliken cracks goes. He has 2 basic lands, so he decides that he wants to get the canopy. So he's not just a target. It looks like he's got white in there. Oh, that is a write down. So he gets double Proud Sugars, and his
Creature gets trample.
yes. So Josh taking 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 this
5
turn,
damage
drops
that turn.
13.
Wow.
Now 13 is still a pretty healthy amount against red
Just-
green landfall. And he goes Soulfire.
Okay.
Does he have the Wild Slash? He has a Fiery Impulse,
just as good.
but he does not have Spellmaster, so only does 2. But that does take care of the Abbot and gain him 2 life,
Yeah.
which is actually
That 2 life gain is like legitimately important in this.
So I think it's time for Milliken to Atarka's Command. Here it comes. Atarka's Command. Players can't gain
Yep.
life. Does 3 damage.
Trigger, 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 trigger.
Gets 2 triggers. Remembers them. He does.
Yeah, he gets to kill the Grandfire.
Soulfire Grand.
Yeah, words and stuff. He gets to kill that thing. He's not getting the life gain. That was a pretty big turn.
That was. Now, Merrill, looking at his hand, I see that he has a Jeskai Charm. He's keeping it a little close. I can't really tell. What is that card there? A Mana Strider. Is that another Fiery Impulse? He passed the turn back.
Don't know if that was a Kolaghan's command.
Oh, it's an Ujutai's command.
Ujutai's command, okay.
Wow, that is actually pretty huge here. So he chooses to return Soulfire and probably gain 4 life. So Milliken does have another Atarka's command. He's like, no, you don't get to gain 4 life. And no, you won't gain any life off Soulfire Grandmaster. So Josh, contemplating here. If I take 4, go to 3. So he chooses, I'm just going to chump. I'm just going to put my Soulfire Grandmaster in front of your Monastery Swiftspear.
3 just puts you in a place where there's so many outs. So many, oh crap, I'm dead. So
He doesn't have any black mana, and I can see that he's got a Butcher of the Horde in his hand, but he does have the Mana Strider. And
which he will deploy. You might as well get in there for 3. That vigilance means something.
That is a start.
Yeah.
So, Milliken, the problem with the landfall deck is you have to run at least 22 lands. Otherwise, the landfall deck doesn't work that well.
Yeah.
But surprisingly, we haven't really seen any landfall deck
No, it looks
cards.
just like a Tarka red at this point, but like there's no Zargos or anything like that. But he does have, I mean, he swore to me that he does have them in there, so.
Abbott Carol Keep reveals a Windswept Heath.
Of course it does.
Gets the land, but on turn 6 or turn 7, when you actually want to draw a spell.
Yeah, with that deck you do.
So, Merrill finally pulls his Black Source in the form of a Smoldering Marsh. He does have 2 basics, so it comes to play on tap. Is it time to deploy the Butcher? And no, it's not. Oh, yeah, yes, it is.
Yeah.
And the Butcher comes down.
Butcher as the Horde.
So he decides to swing in with the Mana Strider, which is great. Has Vigilance. It's 16. Now it's 13-4
So,
at the moment.
what was the reasoning of playing that main phase first?
I'm not really sure why he played it main phase.
Like, I get it if you plan on actually sacrificing something to it, even though I don't think that's right in this situation. But, like, if not, why not just wait till second main phase?
And earlier I made a mistake. There is a 4 Cast Gust spell that can deal with Thunderbreak, Exquisite Firecraft,
There is.
which I just saw at the bottom of Milligan's deck.
Oh,
That's what he wants to draw right now. He absolutely wants to draw the Firecraft. 4 damage to the face, wins the game. And he just draws another land. It looks like Milligan's flooding out pretty bad here. I know he got one of the lands off the Abbott, but still, things are looking grim.
yeah. Yeah, this is not a deck that wants to draw 7 lands.
So I know the Butcher of the Hordes is one of a many list, and I think it's actually very necessary with the life gain. He's going to play the Dragon Master Outcast.
Ooh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Do you think you just win here if you gain 5 life? Or is it worth just staying? I don't think you can afford to stay at 4 if you think he's running the Firecraft. So if he's crashing in, is he gonna? Oh, I forgot about the Jeskai charm.
Just have the Jeskai charm.
+1/+1 on lifelink. He does
Well,
8, 9, 10. Oh no, he actually just does 8 and then does 4 damage to the face.
Yep.
Which is lethal.
that equals lethal.
And just like that, our second feature match is over.
It's over. But we are not going to look for another one at this point. We're probably at about 20 minutes left in the round, so it's probably best to just hold off until the next round. It's funny. In contrast, round 1 went basically to time, and round 2 we snuck 4 games in. I mean, realistically, that's a lot of Magic in a half an hour, 40 minutes. So.
That's great for the viewers at home, though.
Yeah, Exquisite Firecraft. I think it's weird. Like we was talking earlier about the whole 4-man, the 4 damage. Like that's part of the reason Butchers become good again, because Stoke the Flames is gone, and it's like people haven't quite adapted into the Exquisite Firecraft. People are putting them in the sideboard, and it's making things like Butcher the Horde, like the Dragon, so much better than what it was before. Right now. There's changes that need to be made to people's decks. They need to adapt to the format.
It's an ever-changing format. First couple of weeks for Standard is always up and down. Per the usual, though, first dominating deck of the Open, an aggro deck.
Yeah.
It had red in it, and that's what we're always going to see.
Never fails. Every time. You just expect the red deck to come out and win the first big tournament, at least until the Pro Tour. When the Pro Tour gets here, you expect something different. I think the last time was, the first time a mono red deck ever won a Pro Tour?
Yeah, that is true.
So, they're the guys who really hone down and go, wait. Let's get away from this stuff and let's move to this stuff. And that changes the format and it really settles it down. But we're still a week away from that.
So what are your thoughts on the new Standard? Do you think we're going to continue to see 4 and 5 color decks?
I don't see why not. See, that's the problem. Like, if you're running a 3-color deck, it's actually easier on your mana to run the 4th color. So why not?
Give me a reasoning behind that.
Okay, you have the fetch lands, right? Okay, if you're running a wedge right now, let's say you're in Mardu, okay? Your fetch lands can go get these dual lands, these new dual lands, which are just, above average. I mean, they're not shocks, they're not real dual lands, but they're above average. You can go fetch these things. Yeah. So if you're in Mardu and you're playing, red, black, white, okay? Anyone that you have that can grab the red one can grab you also red and black mana, but there is no black-white land or red-white land that it can get. So if you splash in the blue, all of a sudden you can run the blue-black fetch.
The polluted deltas, yes.
Polluted delta, and you can literally touch all 4 of your manas. It's that much easier to do mana in this format where, mana's legitimately perfect right now. If you want to run 5 color, by all means do it. Run purple, I don't care. You can run 12 colors. The mana's that good. It's just, I don't see any point in not playing it. And the only reasoning you can have is if you legitimately believe splashing into a 4th color does not give you a more powerful card. It's like with Mardu. Look, I think Mardu is a very strong deck. I think there's a lot of really good tools in it. But could it use Jace?
Yeah.
Could it use Siege Rhino?
So that takes me to my next question then. So, Jace aside,
okay,
what are some of your standout cards for Standard?
Siege Rhino, Siege Rhino. Like the card is just a house. It's always going to be a house as long as it's in Standard. People are going to play it. You said ignore Jace, so I will ignore Jace for the moment. I think right now, creatures with 4 butts and they're in the air are important.
And I agree with that, which is why my standout card is a Jutai's Command.
Ojutai's command is absolutely absurd right now. That's one of the reasons that Jeskai is so good. Is because I get Jace and Ojutai's command.
And you can, with some of those lists that are running Gideon, if you have the Gideon ulted, you
Yeah.
get the emblem, you can put a hanger back in,
Yeah.
and it still stays in play. Or you can get the Dragon Mouse to outcast. You live the dream sometimes.
Yeah.
Later in the game, they tap out to cast, like, who knows, they just tap out for something, and you have Jutai's Command, you gain your 4, draw a card, and you put the Dragon Master out. Upkeep, you get your 5/5 Dragon.
I also think Utter End.
I actually
Very
think that's,
underrated
yes.
card for this format. I think it's absolutely superb. I think it's better than Ruinous Path.
I can agree with that.
And, because typically the turn you're playing your Ruinous Path, it's like turn 4 anyway. So you can either turn 4 Ruinous Path for
At
3
sorcery speed.
at sorcery speed, or at instant speed on turn 4, you can exile the Planeswalker. And with Den Protectors floating around, like, that exile's
And Death Mist
legitimate.
Raptors.
Yeah. Like, and even Hangerbacks.
Yes, hangerbacks.
I
And
mean,
then,
I think that's a really,
and on the rare occasion, disrupting the dig through time.
yeah, look, if Hero's Downfall was still in the format, obviously Hero's Downfall would be better because you can play it at instant speed on turn 3. Ruinous Path, you can't do that with.
And I think that makes it infinitely worse. Still a
It-
great card for
Yeah.
when you need to answer something.
Yeah, it's still a good answer, but I don't think it's a 4 of, like Hero's Downfall was. I think, it might be a 3-2 in favor of Utter End.
Really?
I really do. In certain decks, like obviously with mana being the way they are, you can just play whatever you want. So
That is true.
I mean,
I've been
there's a
running
lot
many-
of exile spells out there. I think Silk Wrap, strangely, has just all of a sudden become one of the best cards because it hits all the morphed creatures, it hits Hangerback Walker, and it hits Jace.
And
Like
that's
that is
3
legitimate removal.
It's exile target creature with power 3 or less.
Converted mana cost 3
Oh,
or less.
convert mana cost. So it does hit the Death Mist as well.
It hits anything while it's flipped over.
Okay.
Like if I don't care what morph you're running, if it's flipped over, it hits it.
Oh, yeah,
Because when it's
absolutely.
flipped over, it's a
It's
zero.
zero cast.
So it's just, and those are the big things of the format. It's like these 2 morph creatures that worry the crap out of everybody, and Death Mist Raptor and Den Protector, and then Jace, and then also the Hangerback Walker, which it exiles it so you don't get the
The tokens.
tokens. Like it's just, I think that card all of a sudden has gotten really good.
Okay, that's a good point. Good point. Well, John Tan here at Titan Game Shop. Angelo, host of the Pit Imps podcast. We're going to take a quick break while we wait for round 4 to go ahead and start. So we'll be back in, I'm guessing, about 15, 20 minutes, hopefully sooner than that. That way you guys don't have to wait at home. If you have any questions, please direct them to the stream. Or you can message us at facebook.com/Titan Game Shop.
Yeah, I will try to jump in here and there and give you updates on when we expect to start as soon as I find out through the chat. I'm not going to jump actually into the sound because there's no point in that. But pay attention to the chat. We'll let you know, 5 minutes till start. They're sitting down, what have you. That way you know what's going on, and we'll be back as soon as possible. I hope everyone's enjoying this.
See you guys in a bit.
Okay, folks, we're back. We're just about to get started with the round. We're setting our players down at the main table for what looks to be Jeskai Black. We just saw him play. He won game 3 of that last match, so we were slightly familiar with his deck. And that's Josh Merrill, and he's going up against Robert Beatty, who's on Eldrazi Ramp. Is
Yeah,
this the
it's
Ali
actually pretty
Eldrazi
similar.
list?
No, it's not that kind of Eldrazi ramp. It looks like it was mostly green with a
Okay.
couple of the off-color uh, fetchable lands, like the new dual lands.
Okay.
And he runs From Beyond, a couple of those Shrine of the Forsaken God, I believe that
Okay.
is.
Yes.
And I
The
just watched him chain Ulamog together, like at the very end there. I walked out there and I was just,
wait. Chain Ulamogs again. Chain.
yeah, he was chaining Ulamogs. He cast
Oh.
3 Ulamogs in a row.
Okay.
Yeah,
That's a thing.
yeah, he had enough mana to crack his From Beyond, go get an Ulamog, and then cast the Ulamog, which caused the Shrine of the Forsaken Gods to trigger.
Yeah.
Search for another Ulamog, cast a second Ulamog, like the following turn, and then basically just won from there.
How do you lose?
What's that?
When you mill 40 cards into attacks and destroy 6
Yeah, you
permanents
don't.
of your choice, like how do you lose?
Yeah, you don't.
Okay.
Well, I think it only mills when he attacks, right?
Yeah, no, it mills on the attack,
On the attack.
but I'm assuming he attacks and then plays the next Ulamog. I'm
Yeah,
just
that's
making that
right.
assumption.
I mean, the game didn't progress very far after that.
So yeah, it looks like our
Both
players are keeping,
They both shuffled up. Look, they're 7, and yeah, it looks like they're keeping. They started play.
and he's going to go with the Jeskai Triland, which is,
One of the best lands you want on turn 1, I think.
with the new format, I don't know.
Well, I mean, you have to run 4 of them, I believe.
I don't know.
And if you're going to draw one in your opening hand, a tap land, the Monastery Mentor, or it's not Monastery Mentor, Mystic Monastery is the one you want to open with. So, Rob Beatty, turn 2, Whisper of the Wilds.
Whisper of the Wilds, the limited all-star.
It's 1 green, 1 colorless, 0/2, add the green mana to your mana pool, and if you have Ferocious,
It adds 2.
it adds 2. I
That's-
also know that Robert Beatty is running some Oblivion Sowers in his list as well.
Okay.
So that's one of the ways he ramps up.
Interesting build. I'm really hopeful that we get to see at least one game of chained Ulamogs that you promised me.
Yeah. Well, Josh doesn't have the turn 3 mana stride to put pressure on Robert Beatty.
That's
So
a problem.
That is not good. Oh,
Blister Pod. I like Blister Pod.
it's,
It's a solid blocker for a turn, and then it leaves a mana behind. Like it's just functionally better than so many other one drops that they've printed. And Nissa, she's still good too.
yeah. Switch spot into Anissa. And it looks like Robert here. It looks like he's on the.
He's on the gas. But the thing with the Blister Pod is like you can block with it, or you can just attack without fear.
Yeah,
Because they're not, like if you block it, okay, I get a mana out of it, and he's gonna command that.
he
Goodbye.
suspects. Discard a card. Deal 2 damage to your creature. Discards a forest. No shortage of lands in his hand. I see another forest.
I'm sure he probably has plenty of forests. Next round, between rounds, we'll probably grab the deck lists, and that way we can look over them.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Because I want to see Mr. Beatty's, or Beatty, I don't know how you pronounce its deck list.
Yeah, when we move to sideboard, I'll go grab those deck lists.
Sounds good.
Kind
Right
of a-
now, our spotter needs them, so. And that's in the shiny area, so I
My
have
guess
no
is that's a
clue what
From
that
Beyond.
is.
4 mana enchantment, 1 green, 3 colorless, puts that Eldrazi Scion into play at the beginning of your upkeep, and then you can sack it. That's my guess.
Yeah, you can sack it to go get the big dumb thing when it's time.
He moved it to the top left like it was an enchantment. It's not going to impact the board immediately. He puts a sign on top of his deck, so that's a clear indication.
I believe that is a From Beyond. Just take our word for it.
So Josh cracks his Flooded Strand, drops down to 18, goes gets Basic Island. Now all of his new dual lands will come into play untapped, relevant.
Very.
But this From Beyond is going to be a problem for the Jeskai Black decks. They don't have
Yeah, I think.
main deck enchantment removal unless it's Utter End.
Yeah, I think Josh has to next game recognize that he is the aggro, and he has to keep hands that put him on the aggro. Now that he's
Now that he knows
seen
his
what
opponent's
he's
playing.
going against, yeah.
And just like that, Robert up to 7 mana if he plays a land. So here's that Oblivion Sword if he has it.
Well, it's 6 right now. The Blister Pod doesn't create mana on its own.
That's true.
It has to die first.
No, but he has a Scion token that he can sack.
Oh, but then he has that. No, I was counting this on. Oh no, you're right.
Yeah,
It is
because with Whisper
7. Yeah.
Wild. And he does have the Oblivions. Oh, and he hits the land off the Oblivion Sower. Puts 2 fetch lands into play.
Oh my,
That is huge.
that is ugly.
So you know what? I was wrong. Those fetch lands I saw, he doesn't run any of the off-color duels. It's just the fetch lands were from his Oblivion
He was
Sowers.
just stealing them, right?
Both opponents happen to be running the same.
Crackling Doom is still a great way to get rid of Eldrazi. It's what it does best in this format.
I almost feel like with Oblivion Sowers, you might want to run 1 or 2 off-color, or not off-color, but like other new duels, because you can go fetch them.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, at least run the green white and the green blue one,
I
or
already
the
feel
green
like
green red one. And there's an outcast. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 land. Still a couple away.
it's going to be at least 1 more land away. Outcast needs 2. So Soulfire, he moves in with the Soulfire, and it just trades for a Scion and a Blister Pod.
He gains 2 life. Not that that's really relevant. I think that realistically, this ramp deck with the Eldrazi, it just wins in 2 big swings. It's not really worried about dealing small incremental damage.
I don't think so either, but I still think that was a misstep to attack there with the Soulfire.
Kind of do as well, because you gain nothing out of it.
Except that he does have 4 cards in his graveyard too,
Ojatai's Command.
so that's probably why he swung in.
Sower trigger still goes on the stack.
And he gets a Mountain, a Bloodstained Mire, and a Crackling Doom. So he's going to pull the Mire and the Bloodstained. I'm not the Mire, excuse me, the Bloodstained Mire and the Mountain. He chooses to draw a card and counter.
Okay.
So I think his line of play here is to try to get the Outcast online before BD gets Ulamogged. Chains combos together,
Yeah,
because it looks like
that's-
he's not far away. He's got 6 lands, one of them being a shrine. Hits 7 land,
Turn Shrine on once he hits 7.
7.
So he can
8,
tap
9,
for 2
10,
at that
11,
point.
12. He's got a lot of mana right now,
Another Soulfire Grandmaster.
but does not have the critical 6th land. Oh, maybe he does. He hasn't played a land yet. And a
Hanger back for
one.
1. Okay, and he passes the turn back. He would not hit that 6th land yet.
Oh no, he knows. He's
Uh-oh.
going for the Ulamog. Here it comes.
Uh-oh.
So he sacks his From Beyond, counts up his mana to make sure that he has enough. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I think he realizes he might have miscounted. But he could just go to get an Oblivion Sower.
Yeah.
He's just going to thin his entire deck out. So I don't think he can go for Ulamog here.
Does he
I
have
think might
Void Winnowers
miscounted.
in there? I mean, I don't know.
No, he
He
goes
just
for the
goes and
Ulamog
grabs the
anyways.
Ulamog. Good. He'll get there. He knows it.
Maybe he does have the extra land in his hand, or he's banking on drawing
He
one.
has the mountain
Oh, yes.
from the Winnower. I don't know if that still has to be in play to actually use it.
It's in play. He
Okay,
put
it's
him in.
just
He
setting
put it
off
on
to the side.
So he does have enough to start chaining Ulamogs together.
That's
And
ugly.
what is he going for? Here it comes. The Haymaker. He has the Blighted Fen, or the
Bam.
Blighted Woodlands in his hand.
Crack that. That's an Ulamog, sir. I hope you have a Crackling Doom.
And Ulamog, when you cast it, trigger goes on the stack to exile 2 permanents.
Yeah. Hanger back, I'm assuming, is 1, and then probably
Dragon.
the Citadel. Or is it non-land permanent?
It's any permanent.
That's what I thought. I probably get rid of the 3-color land, and I probably get rid of the hanger back.
So he chooses not to trigger the Shrine. And it looks like he's going to target Dragon Master. And I'm not sure what else. I think
I think that's not the right call. You know, because you can just keep him off of Dragon Master triggers by taking away the land.
correct. And you know, I saw Josh's hand, and I believe that's a Wild Slash that was in his hand. And I think not Wild Slashing that Whisper of the Wilds was huge. If he searched up the Ulamog, and
He should have did it in response to that.
He should have Wild Slashed the Whisperer, which would have left him with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 mana, and he wouldn't be able to cast Ulamog for a turn. So he does take the Dragon's Master Outcast in the land.
Interesting choice there. It really is. I would have went hanger back and land myself. What would
Well,
you have picked?
At 18 life, I think it's irrelevant. He's just going to swing mill 20, swing mill 20.
True, but it's still, you know, the matter of good habits.
That
You
is
know,
true.
you know, if you play good habits, he's digging. He wants a land and a Crackling Doom.
I don't No, if he exiled any cards to cast that dig.
Yeah, he did. Look at them all.
Well, that's Dragon and Master Outcast. Oh yeah,
But his
he
whole
did.
graveyard
He did.
is.
No, but those were exiled off Ulamog and Oblivion Sower.
Yeah, it's true. I have to assume he did. I have to assume he did.
We're gonna have to go back and take a look at that.
Because that Wild Slash is sitting in the exile, and I know it wasn't exiled when he cast it.
That's true.
Well, that's 20 cards in the graveyard.
Yes, no shortage of power and
Chump block. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1.
and pretty much all his answers right there. So Crackling Dooms, Valorous Stances.
Valorous Stance destroys. It's indestructible.
Oh, that's right. Ulamog is
So
indestructible.
I was just counting Crackling Dooms. There was only one. He's played one. I assume there's probably 2 left in the deck.
I think he's holding one in his hand, but he just doesn't have the black mana to cast the Doom.
He has it off of the black blue.
Excuse me, the red source.
Okay, yeah.
The Mystic Monastery.
Ooh.
So after Robert swings, he drops a Blister Pod down. Not really relevant at this point in the
Nope.
game. But it is a chump blocker for a turn, which means 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
This game is a turn away.
Yeah, it's not looking too hot here. And I think that's a Blighted Woodland, so he's just going to sack that to get 2 lands at the end of this turn. So he's running mono green Eldrazi ramp.
There's the red mana.
Jay's activation. He pitches anyways because he's holding the... He drew the Smoldering...
Okay.
Smoldering... What is that?
Marsh?
Smoldering Marsh, that's what it is. I said it earlier, too.
Yep.
It slipped my mind. I don't think there's any outs here.
It's doom.
Yeah,
If he doesn't have it in hand, he's dead.
That's it. Just like that. One Ulamog just crushes the game.
I mean, Crackling Doom makes you sacrifice, but I mean that's. I think Josh knows now that he cannot use them on anything else.
I think.
I mean, yeah, you almost
Oblivion
have to
Sower.
on the Oblivion Sower, but
I think
that's
the
just
reality
the
is
bait, you know.
You have to have a Mana Strider in your opening hand.
Yeah, he has to look for aggro hands. He has to speed his deck up a lot. What's the sideboard look like?
All right, let's go figure that out. We're gonna kick over to the sideboard, and I will grab the deck lists.
Okay, so sideboard. Josh is on. He has a Fiery Impulse that is not coming in. Surge of Righteousness is probably not coming in. End Hostilities, possibly. The Ojataz Command for sure. Disdainful Stroke. I would bring in Stroke. I would absolutely bring in Stroke. What do you think?
Well, he still gets the triggers off, but you can't just let a 6/6 hit the board.
No. And on Beatty's side, we have 3 Plummet, which actually wouldn't be bad for this matchup at all. We noticed that last game that he's not just on Mantis Rider, he also has Butchers. We have 2 Reclaiming Vines, which, okay. 1 Windstorm, I don't know. Undergrowth Champion, that seems interesting. I guess that's probably more for the quicker matchups.
I believe so. I think if you have an aggro matchup, the Undergrowth Champion, you just wait. If you can get a Blister Pod down
Yeah.
and block for a turn, buy yourself some time, you can wait till turn 4 to cast the Undergrowth Champion and then have the landfall trigger because
It's powerful.
Target Red just doesn't have any exiling effects unless you're running
No.
the, what's it called? From the Void.
Yeah.
That's only about one of the only cards I can
I
think
mean-
of that exiles.
And Jaddy Offshoot.
Jetty Offshoot is the 0/3/1 casting cost creature. Whenever a land comes into play, you gain a life. On your
Okay,
regular
so
control.
that's for
Anti-aggro.
mono red.
That's for the Tartar Reds, Mono Reds, like any aggro matchups.
Yeah.
So it looks like they've done sideboarding. We got their deck list in front of them. We're going to kick back over to the feature match area. And
Okay. I
here we
want
go.
to see Mr. Beatty's list.
All right, here you go. Miss Speedy's list.
Mr. Beatty's list: 4 Blister Pods, 4 Whispers, 4 Rattleclaws, 2 Nissas, 4
Nissa's Pilgrimage.
Nissa's Pilgrimage, 4 From Beyond, 4 Whisperwood Elementals, 1 Nissa's Renewal.
Spicy.
Yeah, I'll gain 7 life and put 3 land out. 4 Oblivion Sower, 2 Ugin, the Spirit Dragon, and 3 Ulamog, the Ceaseless Hunger.
Pretty straightforward list, but
I
Very
don't know that
exciting.
I bring anything in this matchup.
You know, I think that the plummets are fine
Plummet, that's it.
because you really need to get that Manus
Yeah.
Rider. A turn 3 Manus Rider on the play is pretty backbreaking for
Yeah.
this list. So I think he does bring the plummets in.
That's that. Yeah, I did say that, but that's it.
That's about it. And then Josh's list, his 4 Manus Riders, 1 Butcher the Horde, 4 Hangerback Walkers, 3 Valorous Stance, 1 Jeskai Charm, 3 Dig Through Times, 1 Culligan's Command, 4 Jaces, 2 Wild Slash, 4 Crackling Doom, 3 Soul Fires, and 2 Dragon Master Outcasts, 2 Ojutai's Command, and 1 Dispel. So pretty stock list here. So,
Yeah.
All right, both players have shuffled up. Trying to
How many
decide
crackling
mulligans.
dooms did you say again?
4 Crackling
4.
Dooms.
Okay, so he is running the full package.
And I really like the 2 of Dragon Master Outcast, but this does look like a pretty stock list that we mentioned
It
on the
does.
podcast
Yeah.
earlier this week.
Except the Dragon Masters went main now, rather than being in the sideboard like they was last week. So
Yeah, that was a top 8 list that had.
that was a top 8 list from a kid. I think the kid was like 14 years old.
Yes, I actually think the Outcast can fit in main.
Well, I mean, people were giving it a shot now. I mean, it proved its worth. It won him a winning in to the top 8. Like that was impressive. Once you see all those lands down, you just go, "Oh man, that's a 5/5. Oh man, that's a 5/5." And before you know it, the board's just littered with 5/5s.
So both players mulling down to 6. See if they decide.
I
it's
think
good enough
that
to keep-
favors Merrill.
You know, I can see that, but
If it goes any further, I know it favors Merrill.
really, I think that Robert has the advantage here if he mulls down because he's a monocolored deck.
This is true, but
He has
it
tons
just
of mana rampers.
it's so much. Merrill's overall cost is so much lower to the ground.
Okay, so Josh opens up with Bloodstained Mire, cracks it after Robert plays his force and passes the turn.
So he has options here. He can get the blue-black or the black-red with that. That's
Yes.
why I was saying earlier about mana just being perfect.
Yeah, so he gets Sunken Hollow, comes and play tapped, of course.
That's the one expedition I have.
The Sunken
Sunken
Hollow.
Hollow, yeah. Long term, I think it's good.
Oh yeah, it's all of these new dual lands are gonna have a healthy and long
Long life.
life for the course of standard. Follows it up with the second Bloodstained Mire,
Nice.
and see, here we go. This is what I was talking about. All the ramp, he gets the turn 2 Whisper of the Wilds again. The question is, does Josh?
Have a removal spell.
Well, he had a removal spell last time. He just didn't realize what was going to happen. So
True.
he didn't slash the.
He did not
Whisper.
slash in response to the crack.
And I think you kind of have to here because at turn 3, from beyond, unless you have Utter End or Erase,
Oh,
which we know
that's
he
tough.
doesn't. He does not have the Utter Ends in the main, and I don't think he has the Utter Ends in the sideboard. In fact, I don't think he has any enchantment removal, except for maybe a Disdainful Stroke negate before it gets while it's on the stack.
There's that enchantment, I want to say Virulent Plague. All tokens get neg 1.
Yeah,
Like, that's what you want right now.
yeah. If these Scion decks start to get a little more popular, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's what you'd want if these silent decks become something.
So Josh doesn't even ponder too long. I got to get rid of that Whisper of the Wilds, and does.
Yeah.
He calls
Good
his
call.
command, makes discard a card. It looks like it was an Oblivion Sower.
That's fine. I mean, if he can kill this one too.
But Robert just untaps and plays Whisper. Oh, it looks like Josh misses his 4th land drop.
And the whiff.
That is rough. 5 mana. What's this? Whisperwood Elemental.
Elemental.
That is huge.
Trigger. Oh, what
Does
is...
not have the ultimate price for it.
Yeah.
Things are looking a little dire right now.
What is the manifest?
Is he going to pass again without a land? Oh, the negate. You know, I don't know. I know that From Beyond is real good, but I still don't think you fight that battle with only 1 of negate in your list. Disdainful Stroke, I think, is fine.
Yeah. I mean, and right now he has to start playing things on the board. This game's going to end in very quick succession if he keeps getting manifest triggers.
That is.
Because if he gains a couple more mana, you know underneath one of them is a big stupid Eldrazi.
I don't even think he drew a land, and I think he's got a
I think the
He drew
writing's on the
Soulfire.
wall, man.
turn 4 Whisperwood. Quickly knocks down Josh's life total to 4.
4.
And just triggers. I don't think there's any answers to this now. That's it. He gets his Delta. but-
Languish? Do you have a Languish? They're not even in the deck.
Yeah, no languish. There's Looking at his
Because that's the answer he needs right now.
looking at his list, I don't think there's any board wipes.
Yeah.
So
Like right now, that's what he needs, and it's not there.
he does have Radiant Flames. So
Okay, but he's
if
at
he
4.
yeah,
I mean, he's
can
got
survive for
one,
one turn
two. He's got 3 colors there, though.
if those morph cards are not creatures, then he could at least buy one turn by Radiant Flames. So
Okay, yeah, I didn't see the. Okay, I didn't see the blue fetch. So he needs to go get a 4th color so the Radiant Flames can kill the.
well, Radiant Flames is only 3 casting cost, so he can't do it for 4. The max you can do it because
Okay.
it's 1 red and 2 colorless.
Is 3.
So you can.
So he's still dead to the.
Yeah, I mean he's dead to the swing. He doesn't even get. Oh yeah, he can't because he only has 1 basic land. So this is one of the trade-offs you have for having perfect mana is not
Yeah.
having perfect mana on curve.
When you stumble hard.
And you kept the 3-land hand with no white sources in it.
That's tough, man.
That is real rough.
I feel like we didn't get to see a game here.
Yeah, well, we saw game 1. It just wasn't very pretty.
No, it was not. It was, but I got to see Ulamog, and that's really what I said when I sat down. I want to see Ulamog.
I like this list. This seems like right up my alley of just a fun
Yeah,
list that I would just jam at F&M and,
and surprise somebody once in a while. Oh, that's got to be scary.
So he unmorphs a Rattleclaw Mystic.
Oh,
Taps
that's
1, 2, 3,
scary.
4.
What's he playing?
And he
You
plays
really didn't need to, but what are you playing? Negate? Okay.
Yeah, it's swing
That's
for
all
repo.
you really had to do.
That's it.
But good on Josh for not just picking him up, making his opponent beat him.
Yes, I think that's something that some players, even if the writing's on the wall, sometimes you want to see what's in their list. If you make top 8, I mean, Josh is 2-0, so he still has a good shot at making top 8.
And sometimes people just don't see it. It might be the most obvious thing in the world, and sometimes people miss it. Or they get scared because you left too much mana untapped.
All right, we're going to kick it over to the announcer's booth. Say hello. Hi, guys. John Tan over at Titan Game Shop, co-owner of Titan Game Shop with Chris Sensen.
And I'm Angelo. I'm sure, if you don't know me, I'm from the Pinups Podcast. A lot of you guys probably do know me, or at least recognize my voice. If you've ever listened to a podcast, I've probably been on one of them because I've been on a bunch.
So tell me a little bit about yourself, Angelo.
I've been playing Magic roughly since about beta, off and on.
So like 1993?
Yeah,
94,
I started real young. And, we just would play with my uncle to begin with. And then, I quit for a few years. It was just something to do. It wasn't something that I was like, I got to play Magic. And then when I got done with schooling, I lost my competitive...
Drive?
No, not the drive. I still have the drive. Although, you wouldn't know it because I'm sitting in here, not out there.
Yeah.
But, no, my
Jerry Thompson for
competitive
you?
outlet. I needed that because I played all sports. And I needed a competitive place to just, put my focus. And I lost that when I lost high school sports. So I just naturally was like, well, Magic kind of does that. I can go to these tournaments and get in all kinds of, games, and I can be competitive again. So it fueled that. And just over the years, a love has formed for this game that is just unreal. Like, I mean, I live this game at this point. Like, this is the best thing in the world to me.
Oh, yeah.
I just,
You get to watch Magic, play Magic, talk about Magic.
yeah, I mean, it's like I stream Magic 3 days a week, me playing. I go to Friday Night Magic every week and play. I get to talk about Magic, every Tuesday night. And then now that you, have opened up your shop here and you're deciding to, stream these tournaments, now I get to talk about these tournaments too. Like, dude, I get to do everything in this game right now. I love it. So, yeah, it's cool.
I have quite the passion for Magic as well. I started playing in 1994 at the end of Revised. 4th edition had just started printing.
Okay.
And
So you got the darker, oh, you said 4th edition.
Yeah, it just started
Okay.
printing. So
So you had light revised and,
yeah, I had a mix of the cards.
Okay.
I remember my brother brought home 2 sealed decks with this friend, and we started playing, and I've always been pretty competitive with my brother, so, playing Magic with him, it only,
yeah.
increased the competition levels.
Yeah, that was me and my brother when we were young.
And I played casually. I played a lot of F&M, but nothing, real serious until I got to college. Once I got to college, I started playing in a shop called Halftime Cards in Layton, Utah.
Yeah, you look like you're from Utah.
Yeah, I'm born and raised in California, 17 years. So went out there, had a great test group. All of us, we would travel around and just crush PTQs just all over the place. And when there, out of test group, at least 3 or 4 people would get on the tour, and we would go, and the traveling was more important than actual Magic playing. So I'd go there and I'd stay up
Yeah.
to like 6 a. I'd make day two, stay up to 6 a.m. Traveled around quite a bit. Hit New Orleans, L.A., New York. Went to nationals a couple times, so I did pretty well. I just never super great finishes.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, what's up?
Growing up in Utah, or playing out in Utah,
Yes.
competitively, did you feel slightly at an advantage because like I remember back then, because I was kind of into the Pro Tour or the PTQ scene about that time. Uh, did you find? I know our numbers were always a lot higher. We'd look out at like Montana, Utah, and see these PTQs with like 50 people, and be like,
Oh,
"Man, that's just not fair. Like we're getting 200 people out
well,
here."
the Utah ones and the Vegas ones were always huge. Is
Were they?
when we crossed over into Colorado, that's when there were like 50, 60 people.
Okay, but
You know.
that definitely was an advantage to you at that time.
Yeah, in
correct?
those situations, absolutely.
Mhm.
But most, on average, there are about 130 to 150 people.
That
at
seems
PTQs.
about right. Yeah, ours were usually about 150 to, depending on where I went on the East Coast. Being on the East Coast, we was go to New York
Yeah,
and meet
9
200
rounds of
some
Magic,
people, and it's
top
like,
8.
man,
Played
I'm
the-
going to be here till midnight.
Oh, midnight we were lucky. It's like 1
Uh-huh.
a.m., 2 a.m.
I can actually remember a couple of them finishing in hotels. Like they kicked us out of the hall, and it was like finishing in the literal front hall of the hotel, like where people walk in, they just like grab tables and chairs and a judge, and it's like you guys got to play this last round out.
So yeah, that's a little bit of history of myself and Angela here. Hopefully you guys enjoyed the stream so far. If you want updates or just want to follow us, give us some shout outs, you can find us on Facebook /TitanGameShop.com.
Yep.
And if you're watching the stream, you already know how to get that. That's twitch.tv /TitanGameShop.
Make sure you give a follow. They'll send you an email anytime we start a stream. Like you'll get an email, bang, right into your email account every time we decide to start a stream here. So we don't have to announce it weeks out of, if you miss the announcements, because we're going to announce them.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
But if you miss the announcements, hey, this email is going to pop up and you won't miss the stream. So please give us a follow there too.
Absolutely. And Angela, do you want to mention your...
Yeah, you can find my podcast on mtgcast.com. And that usually goes up about Thursday night, but we also live stream the podcast, and you can find that every Tuesday night at 8:30 Eastern Standard Time. Excuse me. So East Coast. So that would be what, 5:30 West Coast, 6:30 West Coast,
5:30, 3 hours ahead.
Yeah, 5:30 on the West Coast. So come check us out. We usually keep you up to date with the current tournaments. We try to put a lot of really good information in the first hour of the show, and then the back hour is 3 idiots goofing around.
Yeah. And Mr. Kidder here mentioned or asked if we had any drafts or other events tonight at the shop. We generally don't on Saturdays and Sundays because we reserve those for the larger events like today's PPTQ IQ. But we do have events Monday through Friday. We have draft Monday, Wednesday, Friday, standard on Tuesday and Fridays, and then modern, which has been huge at our shop, on Thursdays. All our events start at 6:30 except for Friday, which where we push it back 7 o'clock for draft, 7:30 p.m. for standard.
Yeah.
So always a great time. We get about 25 to... We've had upwards of almost 50 people here. We had a great pre-release with 60 people.
Yeah, 60-person pre-release. That was nuts.
So it's been a good time. We've been doing well. We appreciate you guys' support.
Yeah.
And we'll be back in a little bit here for round 4.
Ooh. We're back. We just sat a couple players down. This is a win in.
Yes, this is a win and in.
We had another PPTQ in the area. It brought our numbers down just a little bit and just kept us under 5 rounds. So
I think it's a GPT for.
there's two big other tournaments in the
there's
area. So yeah.
You know, I would love if any of the store owners do actually happen to listen to this or see it. We would love to work with you guys to get a schedule going. That way, we don't have conflicting PPTQs, IQs, etc., etc.
Yeah, it only helps out everybody.
Yeah,
Because I mean, you've proven that you'll take a carload down to a PPTQ if it's not on a weekend that you have something going on there. They can do the same thing, and it just helps out all the stores.
Yeah, I've played at several PPTQs, IQs. I've been. We'll drive as far as like an hour and a half, 2 hours to get to these events.
So this is technically round 4. It says round 3. That's Spotter, man.
Yeah, he didn't have much time to get set up. So.
He didn't. We had to eat real quick between rounds and everything else. He didn't have all the time in the world to get everything up. But I'm sure he'll notice and fix it at some point. If not, we'll tell him. But let's see. We have Michael Broderick, who is one of my co-hosts, actually.
Yes.
And I know what he's on. He's playing some teamer deck.
It's a Temur mid-range deck.
Yeah.
We mentioned the QRs earlier. I also believe he has Sarkins.
He does have Sarkins, Hangerbacks, Brutal Expulsion.
Brutal Expulsion, and it looks like Rattleclaw. So you
Yes.
just dropped that on the table. That was a bad tell to give your opponent.
Yeah, not exactly, whoops. Giving away free information is not exactly good.
Yeah, I mean, it gives you huge advantage to decide whether or not you want to keep.
Yep.
Your initial 7. If you see that they drop a Monastery Swiftspear and you've got a slow 7-card hand.
You just have an idea what they're on at that point. Like, you can begin to formulate, like, okay, what decks is running the Swiftspear? It's like, well, okay, they're really fast. I am going to have to change my plan from the jump. And that ain't good. So.
All right, looks like they're finishing up their shuffles. About to present.
I did not get to see exactly what pack was on.
Esper Control, we just got it up there. So.
Okay, all right, that's cool.
So we had Temur Midrange and Esper Control. And we'll get the round updated in just a minute here. Looks like time to roll the dice to see who is on the play.
Well, I'm just going to guess it's going to be Broderick.
Really?
If I'm on Esper Dragons, I probably just want to.
I mean, if you saw that Rattleclaw,
I probably still want to be on the draw.
what would you put him on if you saw Rattleclaw? That one's not a good...
Probably a green ramp deck.
Probably okay. I mean, you don't run Rattleclaw in any of the aggro decks, so...
No.
You could probably be on the draw there.
Yeah.
Are they waiting for us?
I hope not. All right, we're going to go force them to get going here. Okay, Broderick rolls a 7. Pack rolls a 6. Broderick is, I believe, going to go first. And the round is finally changed. Right as they're starting, so I guess it was okay.
So both players get a look at their 7, trying to decide whether or not they're going to keep. So it looks like Broderick immediately shuffles up.
Yeah, he's throwing them back. He did not like that hand.
I think even if you have a poor hand to keep, I think it's worth just taking a look and not giving your opponents, a tell. Like, you want to just take the same amount of time to ponder, whether or not you want to shuffle it back.
Well, see, my thing is, like, if I take more than 30 seconds to make the decision, I know I'm throwing it back.
Well, just like 10 seconds even.
Yeah.
Like 30 seconds might be a little bit too long to keep.
Yeah, like, if you're in the tank for more than, like, 10, 15 seconds, you need to throw it back usually. But, I don't know, like, if it's a bad hand, it's a bad hand.
It feels kind of like a little bit like poker, where you have a good hand, you bet too fast.
Yeah.
And then if you have, like,
But where does it change the outcome?
It just... I feel like it gives your opponent at a higher level event a little bit of advantage you don't want to give them.
I don't see where the advantage comes from. Like, as long as you keep yourself stoic. Like, don't begin to and get mad about it. Like, just actually, just, okay, yeah, no, can't keep it.
I can agree with that.
Yeah. I mean, when you keep the 5 card hand and you go, I guess,
Yeah.
with the blatantly over the top, I mean, that's when you're giving something away.
So he opens up. It looks like he has 3 lands, Radiant Flames. I think he has access to all the colors that he
I
needs.
think that's a keeper.
He has 2 Cinder Glades, a Savage Knuckleblade,
Does he remember to scry?
the Skyrider. What is it? The Skyrider Elf, or it's Blue Green X.
Manta? Skyrider Manta?
That could be it. Yeah. Whoa, he actually ships it back.
Huh.
Did I get a bad look at that?
No. I think he just felt it probably had too much land. He had 4 lands.
I thought he had 3 lands.
I
He had
counted
Radiant
4.
Flame, Savage Knuckleblade, and the Skyrider
Oh,
Manta.
maybe I missaw one of those. I don't know. Maybe it just he didn't like it. Apparently,
It's good for the Esper Control player.
and he ain't gonna like this one any better.
And this one's even worse. Yep, he's gonna mull to 4.
Maul to 4. So way to get into your winning in and Maul to Oblivion.
Yeah, well, I still felt like his 6 land was fine because he does get the scry off of it.
Yeah,
So even if I
I
was wrong, and he
probably
did have
kept
4
that.
lands.
Yeah, I probably kept
I
that.
did see the Savage Knuckleblade for sure,
Right?
and Radiant Flame. So
Right?
that's not a terrible 3-drop.
Like, I mean, I have the mana to cast it, and yeah, that's fine. I'm good with that. I don't know.
So we spent the first 5 minutes of the feature match shuffling up.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry, guys. We didn't know that, variance happens in Magic or anything. Now we stuck keeping this.
Yeah, I don't think you can mull past. Definitely don't think you can mull past 4. I mean, he has a Rattleclaw and 1 land.
Right?
Did
So
he
he can
scr-
dig himself out of this.
Did he scry?
I think he just did.
Okay, I guess he did scry since
Okay, he's going
Immediately
to crack his fetch.
didn't play it.
And I think we're going to see a Rattleclaw unmorphed.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Scott Shambling Vents pass the turn.
Yeah.
Michael Broderick fetches for the forest and probably play a Rattleclaw.
How do you feel about the new creature lands?
The new creature lands, I actually think that the Shambling Vent is fantastic.
Yeah.
The Lumbering Falls might be a little bit expensive,
It might be. I think the Lumbering Falls needs the deck.
but it's still good to have a 1 or 2 of in your list if you're running those colors.
Yeah. I think that really that card's looking for the deck that just puts it over the top, because Hexproof's legit.
It is.
I mean, we've seen that in Modern. There's decks that just, like Boggles just wins because you can't interact with it.
And it's 3 toughness is actually pretty relevant against a lot of the 2/2s that are out there, like Zergo and
So true. Ooh,
an Abbott that hasn't had a prowess trigger on it.
I do like the 1/1 Death Toucher there, the Stalker, I believe.
Fathom Stalker, yes.
Yeah.
Or Fathom Feeder, it's not
Fathom
Stalker.
Feeder, my bad.
Fathom Feeder is 1/1 Death Toucher.
But it's so good on 5.
Yeah, it's really good.
Once you start drawing cards, man, once that thing lets you draw cards, it only gets fun from that point.
And he is playing Esper Control, so I imagine he's got some amount of Ojutai's commands
I would think.
in his list.
But Roger gets out of very quick.
He missed his
Rattleclaw.
land drop, though.
He did, but he at least has some board presence right now.
And I know he has a Woodland Wanderer in his hand. I
He
saw
does.
that.
He does have a big dumb monkey on the board, and that's always good. He just drew a land.
But it's going to come
It's
into play
going to come into
tap.
play tap. It will. Block trade, yeah.
So he decides that it's worth trading his Savage Knuckleblade for,
Another Savage Knuckleblade.
yes, the Fathom Feeder trades with the Savage Knuckleblade and just follows up with another one. And it's interesting that
Is that a Languish?
it is a Languish, and he has a
Okay.
land that will come and play untapped.
And he just decides to just blow up the board.
And this is,
That sets Mr. Broderick back quite a bit. He's looking for mana at this point. He's got a Sarkon in hand. He has the
Woodland
Woodland Wanderer. He needs mana.
things are not looking good. And I can see that Scott has a Clash of Wills and a Horribly Awry in his hand, so nothing's going to get resolved for the next couple of turns.
Nope. Unless Broderick has... No.
Now that you're in Scott's position, do you blow the Clash of Wills, or do you use the Horribly Awry here?
I think I sit back on Horribly Awry.
I think you actually just want to burn the Horribly Awry here. Clash of Wills will counter the Planeswalkers, Kiora.
Yeah.
So I think you just Awry here and hold the Clash of Wills back.
Yeah.
So he Awries the Woodland Wanderer, which would have been a 5/5 trampler.
Yes, it would have been.
But it gets exiled instead. And Fathom Feeder comes in for 1.
Yeah, getting them Fathom Feeder beats in.
So Broderick's still bottlenecked on mana, can't cast that Planeswalker. I think he did draw a Brutal Expulsion. So that's pretty good here. Because if Scott taps out to draw a card, which is probably pretty likely.
I think he just drew another one.
Here comes Expulsion. He's going to deal 2 damage and exile it.
Yep.
I don't believe he put it in the exile pile. And
yes, he did.
Now he did.
He fixed that.
And that clears away for what I believe is going to be an Omnixilus.
Ugh.
Yeah. We've seen this a lot against Broderick, haven't we? He managed to beat it last time, but...
He did. That was limited. So, you'd think it'd be easier and constructed when you get to build your entire deck with what you want, but ugh. Like, that just... I mean, Omnixilus does not pass the groan test. When there's nothing on the board, it's hard to come back from one of those.
Broderick doesn't have...
Oh, 5th land, finally.
He did. He just get his 5th
so
land.
we're going to have a Sarkon.
But he's taking a lot of damage from those Shivan Reefs.
He is.
I mean, the Shivan Reef and the Yavimaya Coast. He decides to roll it down and put a 4/4 dragon into play.
Dragons. Rawr.
Now, Omnixilus only kills a creature, so we know that Sarkin's going to stick around unless he gets Ruinous Path, which is happening. He just got Ruinous Path.
And then just blow up the creature with Omnixilus. You've been reset yet again, sir.
And things, just like the beginning of the game, are looking down.
Tapping 4, taking more damage.
Looks like a Kiora. And what's Kiora's name this time? It's not the Crashing Wave, but the Crashing Wave was the old one, right?
That was the old one.
And he undoes one of his moles. He gets a land and a Thunderbreak.
Seems
not
good.
Bad, not bad.
Seems good. I don't know what the new Kiora is off the top of my head.
Unfortunately, we got a little glare on the left side, guys, but that looks like it's Kiora and Cindermarsh hanging out there.
Yep.
So it doesn't look like Scott has a second Ruinous Path here. He does have a second Ruinous Path, and it does look like it's going to go after that Kiora. Omnixilus just grinding away, drawing him cards.
That is going to eventually put him so far ahead.
Is that a Lumbering Falls that he has out?
Yeah.
That is a Lumbering Falls. That would have probably been okay against... Oh, and Clash of Wills. So you were right earlier. If he had Clash of Wills that last turn, he'd be able to ride the Thunderbreak.
Master of the Depths.
Master of the Depths, that is correct.
I just got done looking it up, and I look up, and somebody's already posted it onto the chat. Thanks, guys.
And Thunderbreak trades with Omnixilus. He actually manages to get off the board. Not bad, considering that he mulled down to 4 cards. He's still playing some Magic here.
We've seen him beat Omnixilus before from bad positions.
And this is where Lumbering Falls really shines against Esper Control.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's classic. It seems like you can go all the way back to Legacy. The control and control matchups come down to the stupid 2/2 land that you just can't seem to kill.
During the Sphinx's Revelation era, with the 1-up Mutavault and Ivan Flock's deck.
Yeah. I mean, I played in plenty of Legacy eras, and heck, at one time Standard eras where Mishra's, Workshop or the Factory?
Mishra's Factory.
Mishra's Factory was the one that just beat your face in towards the end of the game.
So those Brutal Expulsions have been showing their worth.
Ooh, I haven't seen one of those in a while.
I've not seen it.
Pearl Lake Ancient.
Yes, Pearl Lake Ancient. It is, what is it, 3 blue or 2 blue?
It's
2 blue and 5 colorless.
Yes, and then for return 2 islands to your hand, return
3 lands.
3 lands, and return him to your hand.
He's a 6/7, I believe, and uncounterable.
Uncounterable.
And he has prowess.
And he's ridiculous.
So
Mike has to block.
He's in bad shape here. When you have to man up a land to chump block.
Mm-hmm.
Not that things didn't already look grim.
So we've seen him beat Omnixilus. We haven't seen him beat Omnixilus that got followed by Pearl Lake Agents. Yeah. He's fallen. That card's really fallen out of favor in Standard. Like, maybe it's time to bring it back.
Possibly.
And he got a big dumb monkey.
And the clash of
And
wills.
that's going to be clashed.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Counters it.
Yeah, and the Pearl Link gets bigger. But that doesn't matter, but he did activate the Shambling Vents to put a token on it? Or no, he awoke it.
Oh, no, that was Scatter to the Winds, not Clash of Wills.
Yeah, he awoke it. All right.
So, wow, it actually gets the 3 counters, and it is a 5/6 lifelink.
Yeah, so that should be game?
Um,
Or
oh, he just didn't activate it. I'm not sure.
he didn't have to activate it
Oh, it's because it was awoken.
because it
But
was
it didn't have
awoken.
lifelink, exactly.
Yeah. But it lost a lifelink. So,
So he kept it as a 3/3.
yep. So, I mean, realistically, he put up a far better fight than he should have to give you a 4.
I actually feel like
Man,
that
yeah.
Broderick's list is a little favored in this, too, because he has a main deck Stubborn Wills.
Yeah, I really do.
Stubborn Denial.
Although Pax deck, there is some power there. There's a lot of power there in Pearl Lake Agent and the just raw card drawing ability of Obnick's list. Like it's pretty absurd. What's the sideboards look like, sir?
Let's go over to the sideboard. I think Broderick is thinking the same thing I am. There's not a whole lot in here for me for this matchup. I don't think he was expecting it.
You always got to prepare for at least one control match. Okay, so
Looking at Broderick's
I can see
sideboard.
Omnath coming in here.
Omnath, huh?
Yeah, if you stick the Omnath, if you can play Omnath with any backup, every landfall after that creates a threat that must be dealt with.
Okay.
So, like, I can see bringing that in. I don't see really anything else that can.
Well, I definitely bring the Serac in. That's the flash.
Yeah.
Guy. So Serac would be okay. Maybe the Disdainful Strokes.
Maybe.
Because, I mean, it stops Languish.
I don't know if
you
CD
saw-
Unwritten's good for this.
I don't think so. But Disdainful Strokes do stop. You got to expect there's a Slumgar, possibly a Ojutai.
Yeah.
Some dig through times in his list. I mean, that's why you want to run Esper. And then
On the other side, I think the utterance come in, and I think the language comes in.
against, Scott, let's see. He's got 2 Utter Ends, 2 Duress, Ultra Price, a Slumgar, the Drifting Death, 1 Sorin, 2 Negates, a Dispel, 1 Ujutai's Command, 2 Ration Clerics, 1 Languish, and 1 Halimar Tidecaller. What's the Halimar Tidecaller do? We're going to take a look at that, guys, and figure that out for you. So, you said bring Utter End in. That's probably okay since, he did see a Sarkin and a Kiora. And we mentioned earlier that instant speed.
Removal is important.
That
I
hits
could see
Planeswalkers.
command come in as well. Ojutais.
The Dispel for sure. And probably negates since he wants to stop those Planeswalkers.
Yeah, and he saw the expulsion, so negate is that much better. I think his sideboard's more prepared for Broderick, who came with kind of a freaky off-the-wall deck, than Broderick's is for his.
Yeah, I felt like if I was going to play a PPTQ IQ today, or just any high-level event, that I would probably run something that was boarded more towards creature decks.
Yeah, probably. I mean, from what we've seen, like, you have to be prepared for red. That's why we're seeing all these Arishan clerics. So, like, yeah, okay. Sorin Solemn Visitor, that's in there for the lifelink against, those red decks and, putting out little vampires and what have you. So,
But I also can understand playing a control list because I actually put together a 4-color Demonic Pact control list that is actually doing all right. So control doesn't do terrible.
no, the trick with control is just making sure that if you have a feel for the format, you can play control.
All right, jumping back to the feature match.
Oh, okay. The Halimar Tidecaller is 2 and a blue. When it enters the battlefield, you may return target card with Awaken from your graveyard to your hand. Land creatures you control have flying.
Okay, so it's probably there for the Scatter the Winds and the Ruinous Paths.
Yeah, it works with them, and it also, I think, in some of these big ground matchups that seem to clog up, it gives him an airborne threat. Although, it only does it once. I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, it doesn't seem like a terrible. It's a 2/3 that it's a blocker, a jumper for a turn. You get your Ruinous Path or your Scatter to the Winds back.
Yep.
And it looks like Broderick mulled again.
Ugh.
It's going to 6.
I feel for him, man. I really do. I'm gonna have to hear all about this after watching it. In
You
a
know, I
couple
still
days.
think that his 6-land hand was
Yeah,
fine
he
with the
should have kept
scry.
that.
Game one, you don't really know what your opponent's playing. Like, even a slow hand's okay.
Yeah, you know that he knows that now. So if he sees 2 land, I think he needs to keep, but he doesn't.
Yeah, right there, I don't think he had a second land. I saw a Shivan Reef.
I thought I saw 2 pain lands.
I would be keepable with a Rattleclaw and Hanger back in your hand, but I'm pretty sure that wasn't a.
Okay, I might have missed it.
So right now, we got Scott Pack on the left, up 1 game against Michael Broderick. Scott Pack's playing Esper Control, and Broderick is playing Temur Midrange. So, just like the first game,
Yeah, we're gonna watch Mr. Broderick here just mulligan to oblivion.
yes, and Broderick is also on the play, so he doesn't get that extra card.
No,
the
but
turn.
thank God he gets the scry.
Yeah,
The scry helps a lot.
yeah, that does. Like, when you've mulled a 5, and you really need just, like, your hand's somewhat capable, you don't want to mull anymore, that scry, it's worth the gamble sometimes. So he mulls a 5, and he looks at a 3-land, 4-land hand,
4-land hand
and a
with
Stubborn Denial.
stubborn denial.
You keep that.
Yeah, you don't have a choice.
So he does do the scry. He keeps it on top, opens up
Okay.
an island, because he knows he wants to keep that card on top. So, seems fine. And it's a hanger back at 1.
Okay.
Not bad so far. Not bad.
No, that seemed to work out.
We
These
were
two
looking at.
tend to get lucky, so.
Yes.
Him and his brother both, they tend to have pretty good runs of luck, so. He hit what he needed to hit, and here we go. We're going to have a hanger back on turn 2.
Yeah, I mean.
He'll have stubborn denial next turn.
At 1, but yes.
Yeah.
So really, what he wants to draw here is have a red source and.
He has a red
Knuckleblade.
source.
Well, I mean.
He
next
has
turn.
Cinder Glades in hand, so.
Yes. And Scott, being on blue-black,
And there's a Knuckle Blade.
there's the Knuckleblade, but he is looking at a Clash of Wills, I believe. So he just passed the turn, goes a safe route, and decides, I
Yeah.
want to put a counter on this hanger back walker.
That's a good
Oh, and it looks like Scott
disciplined play.
does not have white mana right now,
He does not.
which means that this hanger back walker is going to start to get a little threatening.
A little bit.
So if he can get that hanger back to 4 mana, 4 counters, Stubborn Now is going to come online.
Yes, it will.
We got life totals of 20 to 18. Really, not a whole lot of action on the board except for a hanger back that's just growing.
Yep. Play another Cinder Glade.
And
Passing the
yes.
turn. He's going to get that thing to 3.
I like that. I think he's trying to go for 4.
Yeah, really set up the stubborn denial. Because now it's getting to the point where it's not good as a mana leak. Or a bad mana leak. Or a force spike.
Force spike.
Yeah. It's not good as a force spike right now, but it's just fine.
So he decides to come
He
in. Oh, I thought
decides
it was
at
that.
3 to come in, but he has the monkey.
But even,
That gives him Ferocious.
well, I mean, he actually decided, oh, yes, Serac.
Oh,
That's
yes,
what it was.
Serac too. That's a good reason.
And Serac is the flash 5/5, is it? Creatures gain,
Haste and trample, I want to say.
and it just gets cutted away. And he taps it all out for a cut, which means the Knuckleblade with haste and Stubborn Denial backup. Oh, my goodness. His things are starting to take a turn for the worse, even though Broderick only has 1 card in hand, and Scott has at least 5 or 6 cards. What is in his hand?
Is that a Gideon?
I see a Sorin, a Dig Through Time, a Shambling Vents.
Finally, some white mana.
There it is, yes, that white mana. Sent him back pretty far. Oh, he just passes the turn. And Broderick is just beating it in. He just brings him down to... Is he going to pump it?
He's going to pump it.
He's going to...
Pump?
He's going in.
You're at
He's going to
2.
put Scott at 1 life.
Yeah,
And,
it
oh
is.
my
Yep.
goodness!
Way to go.
Broderick wins at a mull to 5. Like, Scott just keeps a hand that just has nothing in it except for a murderous cut.
Broderick drew fire, though.
He did.
He
He
drew
drew
what
real
he
well.
needed every turn.
So Broderick takes it down, and now it's tied up 1-1.
So let's see. They've seen a little bit more out of each other's decks. It looks like they are going to the sideboard. They are going to make a couple changes. Do you do anything different now that you're on the... if you're Mr. Pack, you're no longer on the play?
Yeah, let's go to the sideboard and take a look and see what he can do here. The problem with the Esper decks I know is that sometimes you draw two or three delve cards like Dig Through Time and
Yeah,
Murderous Cuts, and I know a lot of lists aren't running Anticipate, so
they
like they don't
aren't.
really have any ways to get like early disruption or removal or a creature like that. So I feel like if you're playing against Temur mid range,
Uh huh.
you got to assume that they have the Stubborn Isles in there. So cards like that, like you could probably cut one or two of the heavier end spells and just try to go a little bit lower to the ground. So, just get some stuff in your graveyard so you can actually delve.
Yeah.
It's
So like, but is ultimate price worth it? No.
I don't think so.
I haven't seen anything that makes me say, "Hey, I need to. I need."
Well,
these
actually, I saw
ultimate
the
price.
Woodland Wanderer, so the ultimate price is probably fine. But unfortunately, as you saw there, it was Hanger Back and Savage
Yeah.
Knuckleblade, which
I
ultimate
mean,
price doesn't do
so
anything to.
I still think you're just like utter ending. You're languishing. You're probably bringing in Ojatai's command. Do you duress now that you're on the draw on the play? I like the duress.
Even on the draw, I think Duress
You
is
think
fine.
it's okay in this? I mean, there's Cures to hit. There's Brutal Expulsions to hit. There is Sarkons to hit, or not Sarkons? Yes,
Yeah,
Sarkon.
Sarkin, Kiora,
Yeah,
and also you do get a good look at their hand because the
Yeah.
information is hugely relevant when you're playing a control list.
I I cannot disagree with you, sir. Like that's knowing what you're playing against is 90% of the control battle.
And I actually think you bring the Slumgar, the Drifting Death in.
You do?
Because it's just, you can't kill it, and it blocks everything. You saw the Serac
Yeah,
in there. It blocks a Pump Knuckleblade because it's a 3/7.
and it does kill the hangerback
Back
tokens.
tokens, exactly. So if you do have to, end of turn, kill the Hangerback and get tokens, you can swing in
Yeah.
with your Slumgar. But if the Slumgar resolves, it's just going to be a big 3/7 wall
Yeah.
until he starts gaining card advantage.
If the Silumgar resolves, we're going to be here till the end of the game. I mean, like the round's going to be over, and we're going to be watching them.
All right, guys. Hopefully, we can have a 7 card on 7 card feature match here, and
Michael Broderick don't
See
need
what's
no
going on.
stinking 7 cards. He plays with 5. Give him 5 and a scry. It makes him happy.
all right. Let's see if we have a full grip on both sides. Here we go. Shuffling up for the third and final game, and that actually looks like
Was that
Lumbering
bottom one of the
Falls.
land, or was that 2 lands?
Lumbering Falls, Wooded Foothills, Kiora, Thunderbreak, Stubborn Denial, and
I think he's going to ship it.
the Sky, the Manta. I think that's actually a fine keep on the draw because he has a 2-drop in the
Okay.
form of the Skyrider Manta.
He does.
He's Stubborn Denial, and
And
now it's
this
Scott's turn.
time, Mr. Pack's going to ship back.
it's
Well,
still
just,
scary,
I mean, I would have kept if I was in Broderick's place, but just how aggressively we've seen him mulligan thus far, I just assumed he was just going to pitch. It's just like, yeah, he's going to pitch.
I think on the draw it was like making him consider because he was on the play the last 2 times.
Yeah.
But you get at least 1, 2, 3 draws to hit the land.
Uh-huh.
Now he's got to hit 2 lands to be able to cast Cure on the Thunderbreak, but he does have the Manta, and we know that Scott doesn't really have a whole lot of answers for gold-colored spells in his deck.
True. Huh.
All right, here we go.
Come on, folks, let's play some Magic.
Give him a good shuffle. Both players got to be sweating. This is their winning in.
Is it for both?
Yes, I think Michael Broderick has 3 points.
3. Yeah.
And he needs to get 6 because there's only, I'm not even sure he can get in with 6 points because there's another 6-pointer out there.
Yeah, I think only 2 are going to, or 1's going to make it in there with that. So he's basically playing spoiler, but Pack has 4 points.
Yeah. So
So
Scott.
he has to win.
Yeah, if he wins, he's in for sure. He does the scry. I know I saw at least Polluted Delta and a Soren. Shambling Vents opens.
Yeah, seems like a fine start. And
Yeah.
I'll see your man land, or creature land. I'm sorry. Don't beat me, Mr. Tan.
And that looks like the Prairie. So he gets turn 2 Rattleclaw, and they're playing pretty fast. I think there's still quite a bit of time. I think if you're in Broderick's shoes, you want to, take your time, consider your plays. I think you have the favorable matchup. Just
Yeah.
as long as you don't make any missteps, like you should be able to take this game down. He's already mulled one card, which is huge. It could be the removal spell. And the Fathom Feeder comes down.
Okay.
1/1 Death Toucher draws your card if you have 5 mana, blue and black, and it has ingest, right?
It does.
So let's see. Did Broderick? No. See,
That
Broderick,
is a Doomblade that occasionally has upside. That's what that card reads. I don't know if you know that. It's just most of the time is a chump blocker for something big and stupid.
So Broderick does not draw his third land, and I actually feel like
Oh, he's attacking with it. Interesting.
he's probably got the removal
Ingested
spell.
away. Stubborn Denial?
4 mana, Languish. Is it Languish? No, it's
No, it is Sorin.
Sorin. Interesting.
So he's gonna get a vampire.
That's an interesting play there.
It is, but it's a flying blocker at this point. So he can protect his Sorin.
And I think it's time to deploy that hanger back.
I think you're right.
You don't want to walk into a Languish here. If he had drawn that extra mana and could have played that Savage Knuckleblade with Stubborn Denial backup, then it would have been fine. But here, got to go with the hanger back.
Yeah. That way, if he does go with the Languish, okay, well, you're not going to kill my Sorin.
Well, if he has a tapped land, then he can still Stubborn Denial that Languish.
True, true. He had just drew an Ob Nixilis, so he's a mana away there. Does he have it?
I don't think he drew his 4th land. And see, I think he's holding Dig Through Time. And this is what I was talking about, where in this matchup,
Yeah.
since you don't have a whole lot of early removal spells because they're all gold-colored creatures, that delve cards are going to impact your game.
Yeah.
Yep, so he rolls down Sorin, puts a 2/2. See, that's why I was like, I think that's kind of a questionable
Yeah.
play there. He swings in for 3.
I think he was leaning on the fact he was going to get a land.
Both players are.
Yeah. He was just playing Yu-Gi-Oh!
Oh, another hanger back.
Heart of the cards and all. And that is going to get...
Clash of Wills.
does Broderick have an answer to it?
I
He
don't
is
think
tapped out.
Yeah, here you don't. I don't think you do because you want to just pump up your hanger back walker, protect yourself from a Languish, and hold the Stubborn Denial. Because if he slams it up, Nixilis hits that rider.
Well, as long as he's stuck on 4, that Stubborn Denial is great.
Yeah, it's hugely low.
I mean,
right now.
it's a force spike against a Languish, and it keeps him in a very good, relevant position.
Yeah, if either player can draw an extra land from here on out, things are going to start leaning one way or the other. Right now,
That's going to be the difference. Or if for some reason the Esper
oh,
control
he does draw
player
the friend.
can kill the Rattleclaw Mystic.
And
Stubborn Denial.
Broderick can't reach fast enough for that Stubborn Denial. Nixilis goes to the graveyard. And that
The good old force
actually,
spike
it's not
just
a Manta,
gets you
it's a
there.
Skyrider Elf, right?
Yeah,
Really?
something like that. I don't know.
So
it's
it's-
riding a Manta.
It's getting there. It's doing some work. It's already made Scott exhaust his Sorin and has done 6 damage.
Yeah,
And now Hangerback's starting to grow.
it is. How long do you wait before you throw the flying vampire in front?
Of that, I think 10 life is probably just fine.
I think he draws here, and next turn he's going to cast Languish.
Well, I think I see a disdainful stroke in Broderick's hand.
I
good.
get that, but I think Mr. Pack, this is his game plan here.
Well, I don't think you languish here if you can block next turn. So you just wait a turn, block, and then languish.
Give it another turn. The only thing is with that, you're giving the chance for 4 hangerbacks to show up.
That is correct.
And that's, yeah.
So he's going to respond by casting
Murderous Cut.
Murderous Cut, but he leaves a white.
And that is going to get
Blue.
stroked.
And that disdainful stroke was huge. So you swing in with both now, right? Hangerback and...
Yeah, why
Elf?
not?
Yeah, he decides to
There's
turn
no
it
reason
sideways.
not to.
But
He blocks
you
with
know
a
what?
Death Toucher. You have 3 flyers.
Actually, yeah, I was going to say, that's not actually what you want. But, I mean, maybe he has another disdainful stroke. And, yeah, so he swings in both. He trades the Fathom Feeder.
I mean, he's
His
going to
own
attempt to
Fathom-
languish here.
I don't think he has language in his hand.
He doesn't? I thought I saw one.
Like, oh, yeah, he doesn't have the language, but he has
Nope.
a Fathom Feeder. It's those, look at those, I think it's a Scatter to the Winds and 2 Dig Through Times.
Ugh.
Ooh, things are not, Things are not looking good right
Yeah,
now.
that is all blue. I don't know where thought I saw languish. Was that last game?
Oh, and
Maybe.
Broderick draws a brutal expulsion.
GG.
Well, he can still clash of wills or scatter if he draws. Yeah, he can still clash of wills if he just draws the languish.
If Pack doesn't have an answer, it's lethal.
Next turn, yes.
So the first spell he plays can get expelled back to the hand. That's game, dude.
Yes. So
He's going to try for the lifelink there. Brutal expulsion.
oh wow.
Bounce that to that. Here comes a counter. Okay.
Scatter.
So Pack goes up to 8. Correct.
Yes, that is
Yeah.
correct. And that is a Savage Knuckleblades. Let's see. He has 1, 2,
He has 5 mana.
3, 4, 5.
He has
6,
5
7,
mana.
8. Yep, that's it.
He can go hasty.
He just oh, he doesn't play it.
That's interesting.
He just wins if he plays that Savage Knuckleblade hasted. He just oh no,
We've seen a couple games
Don't.
today where this has happened.
Is he gonna rip the
Because what,
languish?
Pack's at 1 now?
maybe I was wrong. Maybe that wasn't a Savage Knuckleblade.
I hope not, because, I mean, you just play the Knuckleblade, haste it. With the 4 mana that you have there, you still swing with all the same creatures, and
Yeah, and then
he's at
he chumps the
0
Knuckleblade.
instead of...
yeah, he's a -1 from the Rattleclaw.
Yeah, so, I don't know. It's more magic for us.
And he extends the hand. Scott
Yeah.
just shows dig through
Scatter.
time and to scatter to the winds. So
Yeah.
yeah, it cost him the game. Those spells, like I called it.
You did. You nailed that one right on the head. Like, that wasn't a good card in this matchup.
I mean, it's a great card,
Yeah.
but I think you side one of them out.
Yeah.
In this matchup.
You don't want to be stuck with one in your hand. You want that on time. He did bring in the Omnath. He brought in See the Unwritten.
You know, he was probably trying just to go deeper, is what he was trying to go.
Yeah, I wasn't sure about that one. He did bring in the Disdainful Strokes. He brought in Sark, which we saw last game. So, interesting. I mean, that was about what we said we'd bring in. So,
It worked out well for Broderick.
seems good. And
Loses the first game to Mulda 5, wins the second game in a Mulda 5, and then pretty
no,
convincing-
Malda 4 he lost.
Oh yeah, Mulda 4, excuse
He
me.
almost won a Malda 4, though. Like, he really, I mean, he went through an Ob Nixilis, and it took a freaking Pearl Lake Ancient to drop him. I mean, that's...
Yeah. Well, yeah, like,
So, that is round 4.
that is round 4. We have top 8 coming up in just a little bit here. We're just
Yep.
gonna swap over real quick.
Yeah, so...
Hey guys, John 10 over Time Game Shop.
So Roger there got to play Dream Crusher.
Yeah, he
He
did.
has a slim chance of making top 8.
He has 3 points.
6
2 and
now.
2. 6 now, yeah. So now he's
So-
2 and 2.
I think 1 or 2, looking at the tiebreakers before we came in here, 1 or 2 players is going to get in with 2 losses.
I believe so.
So,
If his tiebreakers are decent, he'll probably get in. And, you know, maybe we'll have him on camera later.
maybe, and maybe not. If not, you know, he at least made things easier as far as scores go. Well, actually, he made them harder, but... I mean, we've seen some interesting matches today. We saw blistering fast red matches. We saw just, you know, grind them out games.
We saw the,
We saw Ulamog.
yeah, I was to say, we saw Ulamog, the mono green ramp spell. I wonder if he won, if he's going to make top 8. Because
He was 2-1 coming into the round,
So he probably
so
could've drawn in.
he probably could have drew in. So,
we got
I ain't-
7 players locked for the top 8.
yeah.
And I believe Broderick and one other person were vying for the 8th spot.
Yeah, they're just toying with it. It's so close. Be interesting to see what our top 8 looks like. It's a shame that we didn't have one more round to really sort things out. But
And
things
unfortunately,
happen.
like Angela mentioned at the beginning of the match, we were competing against another PPTQ and a GPT. So next time, we'll have more magic for you. But until then, we'll check back in with the top 8.
We are back, folks. We have our top eight sitting down. They're currently looking over each other's deck slips, and we're going to be playing some Magic here.
All right, we are bringing you Michael Broderick, who actually went in.
Yeah, we said that he had that much, like the smallest margin of a chance to get in, and he got in by less than a percent.
Oh yes, it was 0.83.
0.83%.
Yes, so
0.083%.
oh, so not even a
Yeah.
tenth of a percent.
No, it was just ridiculously low. He just squeaked in. And he's going up against Stu Summers, who we saw in round one.
That was Stu Summers on the right with Abs and Red, and Michael Broderick on the left with
Teamer.
Midridge.
Yeah, this is actually, they're going to play on the same axis, like timing wise. So I think Stu has a power advantage.
He does have a power advantage, but unfortunately,
Roger has the devil's luck. There's no way around that.
well, and he has a lot of the planeswalkers that are real relevant as well.
He does.
Or generate some card advantage, and
He absolutely does.
4/4 dragons are.
His way of creating card advantage is different than how Stu does it. Stu does it with den protectors and recurring siege rhinos and things like that, where Roger just has cards that get him that.
So both players have shuffled up and drawn their sevens, trying to decide
And
whether
they're keeping.
Yep, it looks like.
Or it looks like it. Roger gets to keep a 7-card hand.
Stu opens up with the Shambling Vents, passes. Broderick just plays a
Bivouac and
Frontier Bivouac and passes back.
Yep. So what is the follow up from Stu? And he transgresses the mind. He's going to take a second to write down what he has. So
Is that a transgressed mind?
that is transgress the mind, yeah. So we have two. Okay, apparently we can't put the L on the end of the quarterfinal, so trust me, it's a quarterfinal. We have to just change the size. There we go, that'll work. Okay, so Stu takes a dragon.
And I believe that transgressed mind exiles, correct? So that Thunderbreak Region should be in the exile pile.
Yeah, I believe so.
So we'll get that fixed in just a little bit.
Yeah, I'm
here.
sure our judge will catch that. He's been in and out here, so.
Probably does have a solid turn 2 player in the form of Rattleclaw, so he can still put out the turn 3 Thunderbreak Regent. But we know that Stu's
real quickly just crack a fetch, and you can see he has answers.
Yes, he does. He has answers in form of 3 Crackling Dooms, at least, and 3 Absent Charms. I managed to get a look at his deck list earlier, because I was the one who deck checked it.
Yeah, okay.
And what is this going to be? Is this going to be a Den Protector morph? Oh, it looks like it is.
No, it's going to be a Kolaghan's command.
Oh, I mean, his hand has 3 Den Protectors.
It does.
And Broderick just played that Rattleclaw.
Okay,
so
that was picked up. The
I don't know why he's reaching for that. Okay, he's just choosing to discard as well. So
Okay.
he discards a Shivan Reef. Now things have gotten a little bit worse.
He has to play a tap land here, but he does get another Rattleclaw.
Oh, and then Stu draws a Abzan Charm here. Oh, no, that's a Siege Rhino. Draws a Siege Rhino. That is huge right here.
Yeah, we know that he is not afraid to just play Rhino over everything.
And he does have the green source in the form of Wooded Foothills. Cracks and gets a Forest. He'll be in pretty good shape.
He's not getting a Forest. He's getting a Cinderglade.
Oh, he does have 2. That's correct. He has 2 basics out already.
Yep, he has Mount Fuji and the marshes.
Is that the one? That's the one with the little spirit in the background, right?
Yes.
That's actually one of my favorite swamps. You guys don't know about those swamps. They were special edition releases in Europe and Asia.
Yeah.
I know they were called APAC lands, and
We got Gurus here, I believe, at the same time.
and the Gurus are absurdly expensive.
Yep.
So Stu contemplating here whether or not he wants to crack and play the Rhino or just play one of his 3 Den Protectors in his hand.
Whoa.
And I think that that might be an okay play too.
I think it's fine, but just judging from what I've seen him do today, it seems like he just loves the Rhino. Like, you'd play nothing over Rhino, and I was just shocked to see him do that.
Yeah, well, I feel
But
like it's
maybe
fun play here.
he did see the stubborn denials. He got to see the deck list, so he could be playing around, the force spike.
Well, you can't force spike creatures with
That's true.
Stubborn Isle.
That's true.
So Broderick just swings in for 2, plays his Thunderbreak Regent.
That is a dragon.
Now it doesn't look like he's in bad shape here. He's definitely got the better board position, but he's down to 1 card.
He is.
That Culligan's command ripped the land out of his hand. Oh no, it's 2 cards. Oh, and he does draw the Abzan Charm, which is great for a great answer for the Thunderbreak, and actually makes the Den Protector a very good play here because now he can go get the land that he needs. And oh no, he's tapping the red source. I mean, not the red source. The
Transgressing. Not taking the expulsion, he chooses to take the
Woodland Wanderer.
Woodland Wanderer.
Now, do you feel like even with an Abzan Charm that was relevant, I feel like you can just get a land back and then Abzan Charm.
Ooh.
And then play Den Protector, unmorph it. Oh, he rips the Sarkhan off the
Sarkhan.
top. Like it's a 4/4 dragon. Now things are starting to look a little one-sided here. Broderick has Sarkhan, Rattleclaw, Thunderbreak, and a 4/4 dragon since he rolled the Sarkhan down.
Yeah.
I almost feel like Stu should have played the Siege Rhino now.
Yeah. It looks a lot better at this point.
So here, you can still Abzan Charm the dragon.
He
But
can.
it would cause the Thunderbreak Regent to trigger, put him down to 11, and swing would put him down to 4.
Yeah.
So plus
cracking
the
a fetch.
crack, so it's 3 life. So if he does Abzan Charm the dragon token and swing in with the Den Protector, he's at 4 life, and that's real scary to be at. We know he's got Siege Rhino to put a little padding back in
Yeah.
there,
That mitigates things a little bit, but
but I don't think you can pass the turn without getting rid of that Sarkhan. Another 4/4 dragon, and unless he rips the Languish. I don't think he has Languish in his
don't
hand.
believe he does. I don't know if he has him in the deck.
He has 2 Den Protectors in his hand, an Abzan Charm, and what was the other card?
I'm not sure.
So he decides he's gonna Abzan Charm.
I think it's Abzan Charm, Abzan Charm. I think he has 2 of them.
Well, he has Rhino, Abzan Charm, 2 Den. That's what it is.
Okay.
So let's see if Broderick remembers his triggers, and he does not remember his triggers.
No.
That was huge. So Thunderbreak Region is whenever a dragon you control is target a spell or ability, right? Any dragon.
I don't think so.
Because remember, with Storm Breath, it would trigger if you killed the Storm Breath.
No.
It wouldn't? I thought Thunderbreak was
It's
whenever a
just
dragon you
Thunderbreak.
control.
No. It doesn't have the Dragon Lord abilities.
Okay. I don't know where I was at.
So, Stu's at 9, so he can.
Well, here he knows that Broderick has the Brutal
He
Expulsion.
does have the expulsion.
So that's a little bit scary there. What do you do in Stu's position? It looks like he just drew Gideon.
Yeah. I look at my graveyard apparently.
What do you play here?
This is a tough one because like you know that you're just going to get countered if you play the.
So I guess what's the best card to play where you know he's going to have to run out the expulsion, but doesn't give away any information in your hand? Yeah,
Scotty
see,
says
okay.
it is.
Yeah, whenever a dragon's targeted. So yes, so that was pretty huge for Broderick to miss that trigger on the Thunderbreak. We'll get the text for that Thunderbreak region pulled up in a second here. So Stu plays the Den Protector, and let's see what Broderick decides here. He's going to expulsion it. So he's going to do 2 damage to the Den Protector, return Stu's Den Protector back to his hand, and Stu just plays it face up. Anticipated it getting countered or bounced.
Yeah. But he knows he got that out of his hand, so the next removal spell is good.
Ooh, and
He's throwing
Broderick has
another
shown the
fire
power
round.
of the Skywriter Elf. So let's see what Stu can draw here that can pull him out of this.
It is whenever a dragon you control. It's not just him.
So this game would be over if he had remembered
Yeah,
that
he
trigger.
missed a trigger
So the missed trigger is costing him.
dearly because now Stu has one more turn because he's at 8. So Mike can swing in through the air for what?
For 7 and put him
7?
at 2. If he had gotten that trigger, he'd be -1 and we'd be moving on to game 2.
I don't know, sir.
Yeah, that's what happens. Like, even the slightest misplay,
It can cost you so badly.
it might not cost him the game here, but ooh, a hanger back for 2, and things are looking pretty grim for Stu.
They really are. I mean, he's sitting at 1.
He can't really kill a Thunderbreak.
Yeah, a Rhino doesn't pull him out of the brink at this point.
Even if he attacks the Shambling Event to gain some life, it's just not going to be enough to stop the Flyers in the air.
No, and he can't use any spell that targets that dragon. So like he needs a Crackling Doom plus he needs like 2 Murderous Cuts and 8 things in the graveyard to have any chance there.
Yeah, what he needed there was a Crackling Doom turn before. So
Yeah.
Michael Broderick takes it down for the first game, and both players are going to go to their sideboards. And let's see if we get that ready.
Yep.
All right, Michael Broderick on the left. He has 2 Disdainful Strokes, 2 Encase in Ice, 2 Horribly Awry, 2 Roast, 2 Feed the Clan, 1 Winds of Quelsisma. I believe that's
That's
actually
a fog.
it's a fog effect,
Yeah.
and Ferocious, it's only a one-sided fog effect, correct?
Yeah.
One
From Fate
Harbinger.
Reforged.
Yes, Fate Reforged. 1 Harbinger of the Hunt, 1 Serac Dragonclaw, 1 Seal Unwritten, and 1 Omnath Locust of Rage. Right?
I think he's going to bring in Encase in Ice.
That is definitely a solid answer for Siege Rhino, and while he didn't see Death Mist Raptor, if he wasn't looking at a deck list right now, I think that'd still be a safe bet.
Yeah.
If he thought he
and
might have Death Mist.
Stu, he's got 2 Radiant Flames, a Painful Truth, an Obnixilus, 2 Duress, 2 Ultimate Price, 3 Surge of Righteousness, 2 Outpost Siege, and 2 Dromoka's Command. What do you like there?
I like the Surge Righteousness because he just, he just got beat down by a Thunderbreak region.
He did.
And they played early, and he knows he has Savage Knuckleblade. While not the best effect for Savage Knuckleblade, if Broderick does tap out to give it haste or taps, below 3 mana, the threshold to return Savage Knuckleblade, it's still going to be decent. The
Sure.
ultimate price is, he only saw 1 creature that was 2 creatures that were monocolored. He saw Rattleclaw and Woodland Wanderer. It might be okay to bring one of those in.
I don't think he does. I mean, he has a list to look at. I just don't see any real reason in bringing an Ultimate Price against Broderick.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he's playing with full information, so that you're not guessing at this point on the sideboard. So I can't see him bringing those in. Hey, maybe Obnixilus.
I think Omnixilus and Dromoka's Commands
Yeah.
are good. He needs ways to deal with the Flyers, so if I was in...
2 Duress.
Yes,
I do
and
not
2
mind a
Duress.
Duress against Broderick at all. I mean, he does have spells, and they are powerful.
Yeah, we know that Broderick has 2 Disdainful Strokes and a couple Stubborn Denials, and they are looking at each other's deck lists. So
I mean, like, those are legit. Like, you can hit a Kiora Sirach off of that. Like, I mean, that's pretty good for 1 mana.
that is good. And then on Broderick's side, I think the 2 Encase and Ice, those are probably pretty good. You know that Stu is on a
Horribly Awry hits.
a value creature deck.
Dude, it hits rhinos.
Hits Rhinos, hits Den Protectors. It hits pretty much all the good creatures that Stu has in his
Yeah,
deck.
I mean, I think Horribly Awry was created to fight Abzone. Like, legitimately, no joke. Because it's like Rhino down. And that's pretty much what Abzone is, so.
He can easily bring in the 2 Roasts.
Yeah. 2 Roasts, 2 Encase and Ice, 2 Horribly Awrys.
I think the See the Unwritten is fine too because
Yeah, it's not
he
bad.
doesn't have any blue. Stu doesn't have any counters, and
No.
a See the Unwritten's not terrible. Although See the Unwritten's not super great when you have Converge creatures in your deck.
True. When they come in as 0/0s, you're not a happy guy.
Yeah, but the Elf comes in as a 2/2. But
Yeah.
I think
You're still not a happy
6
guy.
mana for a 2/2 flyer is not where we want to be.
No, that's not what you want to do. So, yeah. I
So
think we got that nailed down. I know that's what we'd do.
I know one concern I have with Broderick's sideboard is the lack of enchantment removal.
Yeah.
That's a little bit worrisome.
So,
So if you're in Stu's position and you see it as having enchantment removal, do you put Outpost Siege in?
probably. I will say this, like, with Stu being on the play, I want the duress. I don't know if I want it on the draw in this matchup. Like on the, I think on the draw, I'd rather have Outpost Siege.
I can see that. I can see that. All right, both players have finished sideboarding and shuffling up for game 2. Let's go back over to the feature match area.
Yeah.
All right, we're here at Titan Game Shop. My name is John Tan, co-owner of the shop I just mentioned with Chris Sensen.
And I am Angelo, and I am the host of the Pit Imps podcast and multiple other things.
Yes. You do live streams.
Yeah, I do live streams. I'm apparently a commentator now. I do a lot of things. So yeah, I mean, we'll get all that information to you in between rounds or something. But for now, I mean, like I just don't. I can't believe Broderick's actually up a game in this.
We saw him earlier drop his first game on a mold of 4.
Yep.
Then his second game on a mold of 5.
And his last game on a mold of 6.
I don't think he mulled that game.
Oh yeah, he mulled
His
every
opponent
game.
mulled.
Oh yeah, that's
And
right.
he
His
got stuck.
opponent mauled. Yeah,
He
that's
didn't
right.
have the white mana early on.
That's right. And Broderick is back to his old shenanigans, it appears. Did he just maul, or am I
I'm not sure if they
imagining
just
that? Okay.
presented.
It was just goofing around. So
Maybe
we've
they
seen a
mauled,
lot of
'cause
decks. We know that we have Abzan. We know we have Teamer. We have a Tarka Red in the top 8. We have the Eldrazi deck in the top
I'm
8.
excited to put that one up next if it wins.
Yeah, we have a Mardu Allies deck
Mardu
in
Allies.
the top 8. There's a bunch of different decks in this top 8. We have a Landfall deck. What do you like?
You know,
Just picking right off the top.
I'm a big fan of the mono green Eldrazi ramps because that deck looks super fun to play.
Yeah.
And chaining Ulamog together just seems like a
fun thing to do.
a little bit degenerate, but a fun thing to do.
I agree. I like that deck the best. I don't know if it's the one that, if I was betting the house, I'd put it on.
Ah, yeah.
I mean, like if I was betting the house, I hate to say I'd probably put it on Stu.
I'd put it on Stu as well, but
But I would not mind seeing that Eldrazi deck take this thing down.
all right. So both players decide to keep their opening hands. Looks like Stu opens with a Bloodstained Myers. He has
Okay. No duress, so
passed.
pass the turn. That gets followed up by Pain Land.
So looking at Broderick's hand, looks like he has Rattleclaw, Woodland, Cinderglade, Wooded Foothills, some blue card. So it's probably going to be a turn 2 Rattleclaw.
Probably. I think that's a fair bet.
Stu, on the other hand,
He's in the tank. Like this is one of the hard things when you're running these 4 colors is early game, do you just grab a basic? Or do you grab a 2-color land? Like you really have to sequence how you grab your lands in
and
this
it is
deck.
so important, these 4 and 5 color decks, for you to sequence your lands correctly.
Yep.
It can cost you the game on turn 4 or turn 5.
It absolutely can.
Oh, very nice.
Okay, plays a hanger back.
Hanger back for 1. I think that's going to be real tough for Broderick to answer because he has to wait till he gets a 4 mana with the Brutal Expulsion.
True.
And we know that Stu has at least a Dromoka's command in his hand, but does not have the white source
Yep. Yet.
And predictably, Broderick searches up a forest.
And here comes a Rattleclaw.
I don't see why not. I mean, he's had access to Stu's list, so he knows that Stu's not running Wild Slash. I think you just put it out. Oh, you know what? There, yep. Okay. He for brief second
He
considered
thought
running
about
out
the Manta.
Skyrider Elf.
Yeah, I keep calling the thing a Manta. I think it was an art earlier that had a Manta on it, and they called it Manta. And it's just stuck in my head.
So it looks like Stu's has a little color issue right now. I can see that he had a Crackling Doom. But
So we have black, we have green, we have red. He needs white. Roast.
Roast. He's
Okay.
just gonna immediately roast it.
Stu's just gonna grow.
2 Thought tokens.
This
Sitting on a
seems
Stubborn Denial.
seems fine.
Oh no, I don't think Stu drew a 4th land.
Uh-oh. And the beats are on.
He just passes the turn right back.
So do you play another Rattleclaw and get your Really ramp yourself out.
Yeah, he's gonna play a Savage Knuckle
He's gonna
Blade.
play a knuckle blade.
And I think Stu's.
Contemplating a murderous cut here.
If he has Murder's Cut here, I think you just wait to give it haste or just do it at the end of turn. I'm not sure what he's doing.
He's murderous cut.
Oh, and the Stubborn Denial. So he did not give it haste, but he did take a damage. He draws his fourth land, but it is a tap land, and we have seen that happen several times. That is a Sandstep Citadel.
Yep.
So this Savage Knuckle Blade is going to get to be a problem if he can't clear it off the board soon.
Yeah, it really is.
But he did get the critical white mana that he needed.
He did, and that's.
Oh no.
Uh-oh.
So if you're still in this position, you're holding Languish. Does he have a second Stubborn Denial?
Ooh.
Well, I mean, you have Dramoka's Command, so you can
The question is,
block and fight.
if he has the second stubborn denial, Crackling Doom will bide you a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Is it worth the risk at this point? Like, I don't think his life is at 19. It says that can't be right. No, that's right.
Because he jumped, yeah.
So if he goes ahead and he Crackling Dooms here, if he stubborn denials, then it's not the end of the world.
I don't believe so. I mean, I think that puts him in a great position if he does Stubborn Denial.
And then he chooses to play the hanger back instead. So he's probably setting up a Languish for next turn.
That's probably true. So being Stu here, I think you just chump for a turn. I think you just put it in front of the Savage Knuckle Blade.
That's what I was thinking too. I think
Oh,
he
you know
wants
what?
him to tap out. He
I
wants
think
him
he
to
wants to
pump
play.
and tap out.
And he is gonna tap out.
He got one blue mana.
Oh, the Wanderer. So this is Broderick strongly representing a Stubborn Denial, and
Yep. Jermoka's Command.
Okay, I see why I blocked there. Oh no!
Now he got the stubborn denial out of his hand.
Which means
Now
Stu's
he's
gonna untap
open
Languish,
for
and
the
then next turn
Languish.
follow up the Crackling Doom.
Yep.
Very, very nicely played. Very nicely
Yes,
played there.
he really
He just
pushed
set it up
him and
real
said,
well.
"Okay, if you want it, you're going to pay for it."
Oh no,
Block.
he blocks for getting that it's trampled.
Yeah.
Does Broderick miss it too?
I can't imagine that Broderick would miss it with our spotter as well.
Well, because he can assign as much damage as he wants to the
True,
creature, so it's up
that's
to
true.
the player. So here you just run the Omnixus out minus.
Yeah.
Pop off.
Kill
dude,
that.
And then next turn Crackling Doom, or hope that he attacks the Omnixilus.
Yeah, he'll probably attack on Nicholas and kill
And
it.
here comes the See the Unwritten for 2 creatures.
Ooh.
Things are looking real scary. Now, if you're in Stu's, seat, you just hope that he whiffs.
Yeah, that's all you can really do.
So it looks like Broderick's out of green vegetable sources. Oh no, because he only has one basic, so he had to fetch up the basic land.
Mm-hmm. Okay, he's going to kill Obnixilis here.
And that's actually, I think Stu's happy with that.
I think so too.
I think you actually want to see the Unwritten first if he's tapped out and see whether or not you hit any solid creatures.
He hits a Rattleclaw.
Double Rattleclaw, that's terrible.
That is not what you want to see.
And that was what I was talking about, like if bringing in the Sea of the Unwritten, you don't have a whole lot of great creatures.
And now Crackling Doom is just...
It's still good against the Wanderer, but...
Yeah, I mean, it's just what you want at this moment. Because, like,
I
you're
think
going to
you
find
wait.
blockers for the 2/1s.
I think you wait to Crackling Doom here.
You know that he has counters, though.
But you can man up your Shambling events.
True.
See, if you Crackling here... Oh, he still has the mana to...
Yeah, he can still activate one.
That is true. Oh, he should have tapped that mountain instead of that swamp so he could man up the Shambling events. He doesn't have the mana to man up now.
He has 2 of them up there, doesn't he? So he
He
can
does,
use one
but
for...
it's a white and a black.
Oh,
So
I
he should have
missed that.
he should have tapped the mountain instead.
And Broderick rips a Sarkon off the top because he has the Devil's Luck.
And what is that card he drew? He drew
He has a Dramoka's Command and a
Black?
land.
I'm
I
not
think
sure.
it's an old school Bloodstained Mire.
I'm not really sure.
Broderick rips a Horribly Awry.
Oh no, things are looking grim for Stu.
Yeah, Stu needs to go and find another languishing now. No, that's a duress.
Did he put 4 counters on that?
He did. I think he's just representing that it's a 4-4. Well, it is, what, blue green X, right?
Yes, but I think Broderick, is that a Cinder Glade he tapped? He tapped a Cinder Glade, correct?
Yeah.
So where's he getting the extra mana?
I have no clue.
So he activates the Shambling Events and then fights. He should gain some life off that.
Yeah.
See if he remembers. It's something that's a static. Yes, so he gains a life on it. And he rips a Siege Rhino.
He is going to duress.
Oh,
Read it
that was
horribly
perfect.
awry.
That was perfectly played to rest there.
You might as well. You don't really have anything worse to do there.
Well, I mean, he didn't cast it last turn. He just
Yeah.
sat back on it.
Saved it for when he needed it.
It's still looking pretty scary with a bunch of flyers in the air. So I think he's just using the dice to represent.
Total.
Well, it would if you use red, so it would be 3 counters, which would be a 5/5, right?
Yeah, it
Because
would
it's
be.
2/2 base power.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with the counters. I really don't.
Oh no!
Did he
my
just take
goodness.
11 or did he just take 9? That's really the question. He took 9.
It took 9, so I'm not sure why he's got 4 counters on it.
He's just representing total. I don't know why he's tapping for green twice, but
Well, it should only be a 3/3 max, right? Is it X or?
it is, I believe so.
Because I don't know where he's getting his extra colored mana from. All right, Stu. Real bad shape here. He needs a ripple. He needs a ripple anguish. And I don't think that was languish in his hand.
No.
Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to cast it fast enough.
No, I think he would be jumping up and down, fist pumping, and everything else. Because sooner or later,
So he knows that things are looking grim. So
it is blue-green X.
blue-green X. So it should only have 3 counters on it from the mana base that I can see on Broderick's side.
Yeah, that's...
Oh, you know what it is? He's using the... Is that Sarkin that's pushed off the screen?
Yes, it is.
He's adding a color of any mana in his mana pool.
Got it.
So that's where he's making him 4/4s.
All right, that makes sense now.
And that's what he's been doing the whole time. We just can't
Okay.
see the Sarkin.
Couldn't see the Sarkon, so we're sitting here sounding stupid.
So they are indeed 4/4s. And Stu just has to get... He just has to turn him sideways.
He's going to activate, and I think we're going to have everything come in.
And I think he's going to extend the hand.
No Rattleclaw.
Or no Savage Knuckleblade.
No, yeah, sorry.
Yep, he extends the hand. And
Yep. Michael Broderick, who barely got into this top 8.
Impressive 2 games.
Yeah, it really was. His deck worked for him, worked wonders for him. Hopefully the Eldrazi deck moved on. I'm actually really shocked by that result. I'm happy for Broderick, though. But
Well, I felt like he had the advantage anyways with the Knuckleblades and the Flyers. We know that Stu has a lot of answers in the form of Crackling Doom and
He
Avalanche.
does.
He just didn't draw them.
he didn't.
That was not a very good showing of his deck.
No,
in game 2.
you know,
Triple Den Protector, and game 1 I was kind of shocked to see him lose. And
yeah.
I felt like if he had played the Rhino, if he had just gone with his Rhino plan.
Yeah, which he's been doing all day, I think he would have been in a lot better shape. But, you
And
live and you learn. You play this game, and you make decisions when you're at the table that we have the advantage of knowing what's in the other guy's hand. He
That's
doesn't.
true.
So,
I felt like if he had Den Protector and returned the land to his hand, and then cast Transgress the Mind.
yeah. My thought was if he goes ahead and plays the Rhino, then he can follow it up with a Den Protector. We know that Broderick has a fair amount of removal, so if he kills the thing, then you can get it back with your Den Protector, and you can start that loop. And I thought that was probably the plan that he was going to go for, and he chose not to.
Yeah, right.
So, is what it is. Game 2, I don't think there was anything he could do.
No,
Plain and simple. Broderick went nuts, so.
All right, we're going to go
Congrats.
see where the other match is at. Take a quick short break. And if we got time, we'll put another one on. So we'll see you guys in a little bit.
Okay, we are back. We're getting ready for our semifinal matchup between who is it?
It's Josh Merrill, and
Who was the Jeskai Black player, correct?
that is correct.
Okay. And he's going up against, I believe it's an Obzon deck.
Okay, I mean, we'll have that pulled up, all the information in a second.
And I forget the guy's name. I apologize. But, so all of our Tarka Reds went down.
Yep, all the aggros out of the
Yeah.
the top 8. It's just down to the top 4 right now, and we have the Eldrazi ramp, the mono green Eldrazi ramp.
Yep.
Well, it's ramp Eldrazi.
Yeah, he's playing against Broderick, who we just saw.
Yes, he was playing Timber mid range. Just took down Stu Summers, who was playing Abzan red.
Yes.
What else do we have? We have the Jeskai Black you mentioned.
Yes, and we have the Obzon deck. So I believe it's Obzon. It's kind of weird, like seeing all the aggro go out after last week. I don't know, I find it so funny because every time week 1 is this huge aggro deck, and then week 2 people figure out the answers, and it's like it's coming.
Yeah, well, sometimes you also have to draw well too, and
You
it
do.
seems like week 1 people draw more, like, better, or maybe they just don't see it coming, because I imagine that most people were like, they thought, hey, I'm at 16 life, I can reasonably take a hit here.
Right, and then you're dead.
And then it's Titan Strength, a Tarkus Command, and you
Or
take
Teamer Battle Rage, and you're just
Yeah.
like, wait, I'm dead? What? Huh? What just happened?
You go down to burn range, and they just, all they have to do is rip a Wild Slash or a Tarkus Command.
Any of so many different things. They should be about ready, I would think. So we're going to switch over here in just a moment to the feature match area, and they're probably going over deck lists and what have you. But I'm sure they're about ready.
All right. So
All
we
right.
have, that's right. How could I forget?
Chris Kirkpatrick, and
Chris
he's
Kirkpatrick.
junk.
So, junk, huh? Interesting. So, I mean, maybe that's what he named himself. So it wasn't Abzan, because traditionally a junk has
Junk
been...
is Abzan, yeah. It's either black green or black green white. I mean,
versus Jeskai Black. We're in the semifinals.
I like the old school. I like calling it junk.
Yeah, I remember when it was The Rock and they added white, and then it was junk.
Junk, yep.
And just all the old school. It's
Yeah.
Coke Pebbles, Fruity Pebbles.
Yeah, it was like the Rock, then it was Doran Rock, and then it was Junk, or it was Junk, and then it became Doran Rock. But that was just a junk deck too, and I don't know. I like the old school namings. Fruity Pebbles, like you said, Cephalid Breakfast.
Oh, yeah.
Those were cool names. Nowadays, everything's so streamlined on the names, and people, you used to be able to write like mono blue slivers for like a green ramp deck, and that's what people would say it was.
But nowadays, with all the streaming and the coverage,
Yeah, you don't get to name your decks like you used to.
and it looks like we have Jeskai Black, not Jeskai Black.
Yeah.
Jeskai Black. So he's gonna put on his skiing boots on.
Apparently.
All right, both players have shuffled up and are taking a look at their 7.
Merrill has a hanger back, so if he has 2 lands, I think he's keeping.
And Chris Kirkpatrick is he's in the think tank. He is
And he
decided
kept.
to keep. So we got a Bloodstained Mire, pass the turn, and Shambling Vents. We have seen a lot of these tap lands on
Yep.
turn 1.
A lot of these creature lands, they just keep popping up. Shambling Vents is just...
I think the cards, those creature lands are real great right now, like I mentioned earlier.
Yeah, I mean, they're all just good. They've always been like that. It's just such an extra resource.
I think I've seen pretty much all of them played, like in the course of my Magic career. Have been played against me. Like you have the 3/4 Starling Wildwoods.
Yep.
You've got Treetop Village. You've got
Fairy Conclave, Forbidding Watchtower. I mean, I can even
Celestial
remember...
Colonnade.
Yeah, I can... And Mirrodin, the... it was like Shambling something or other, but it was for 6 mana, you created a 4/4, and like that thing got played.
Oh yeah. All right. So Josh does deploy his hanger back on turn 2.
Yep.
He gets makes a 1/1 out of it, and Chris Kirkpatrick just plays a green-black life gain land. I forget the name of it. Jungle Hollow is what it is.
Yes.
Is it Jungle Hollow? Jungle
Yeah.
Hollow. And he is on curve right now.
Yes, he is. There's going to be no answer for that for 1 black. Not with nothing in the graveyard, at least.
No. So this is where you, in Chris Kirkpatrick's shoes, you hope to have an untapped land and an Abzan Charm. But looking at his hand, he's got Siege Rhino, Windswept.
He looks like he could fight his way back into this.
So he plays his Windswept. I know that. I think one of those was a Murderous Cut. But the lighting on his side is not super great, so it's tough to see. Oh,
Okay,
he's running
Reef
the
Soul.
Reef Soul, so he does have the answer for it.
I do like Reef Soul in the new format as well.
Yeah,
It's another card that just seems to do just fine.
we saw it at the Open, played in 2s and 3s all day.
Yeah.
So it gets rid of them. Mana Strider doesn't have a second one to follow up. He does have perfect mana. And this time
Hanger back for 2.
Hanger back.
That explains the attack.
Yes.
So I was a little wondering, go wait.
So, you know that you're playing against Abzan. You had access to his deck list.
Yes.
Do you keep your hanger backs at 2, or do you put them in that risky 3/3 zone where you get Abzan charmed?
I try to keep them at 2, I think.
I think in this matchup 2 is a fine number, unless of course a Rhino runs down, and then in which case
then you just have to play the odds. You have to pump it. You're really not given a choice, and you know if it gets exiled, it gets exiled. If you can't beat the Rhino anyway, then why play around it, right?
So Chris takes his draw, and I think we're going to see a Rhino.
We're going to see a Rhino. I feel highly confident that we are going to see a Rhino on the board.
And this time it's not a Den Protector.
No, he would not have fetched the land first. I think we can be assured that he's playing a 4-mana spell.
He gets the basic planes, drops to 14 with that crack.
Okay, so that gives him 1 basic on board.
That is correct. Oh, and he has Gideon in his hand as well.
Okay, so it could be a Gideon even, but I think Rhino's right.
Really?
Yeah, the next turn you play the Gideon.
Well, next turn is fine too, but then Josh has untapped mana. I guess if you know he's playing Ojutai's command, you want to play the Rhino here.
Yep.
And then follow it up with the Gideon.
Yeah.
And
he's going to play Crackling Doom. That's fine.
Which is actually very relevant because if he had played the Gideon,
yep.
he would have dropped to 3. Oh no, excuse me, he would have dropped to 2, and he would have been able to just take it out with a hanger back. So Chris Kirkpatrick drops down to
12.
Was that 12? Was he just at 15?
Yes.
No, he was at 14. He was 14, I believe.
Oh, he took 3.
Oh, 3, okay. So, yeah, it's 12.
So, Citadel?
Sandstep Citadel comes down. And here...
And tapping 4 mana because he wants to Utter End.
And
the promo Utter End, I like that thing.
One of the great removal spells that we were talking about. 100% necessary in the new format if you're running.
It does so much work against these hangerbacks.
So I guess if you know that he's Utter Ends and he had access to deck list, maybe you do just you just keep rolling him up because he has answers and
he has plenty of answers. Maybe he looked at it the other way and said, "Well, I'm just going to go on the aggro." Like dealing 1's not terrible.
I feel like Josh is in a fine position. I can see the Jutai's command in his hand. He doesn't have a creature to return out of his graveyard. So...
And Chris just passes it back.
Chris can't really play his Gideon without worry of a counter. I know that a Jutai command can't counter Gideon.
But he has access to plenty of other spells that can.
So he just turns his creature, his hanger back sideways. He's just going to get in there for 1. And Shambling Events? Does he have an answer to that? Looks like he does have a second Crackling Doom.
Oh. That's a big blowout.
Well, I think he had Murderous Cut earlier.
It sets him back on mana.
So he's going to cut it. Doesn't mind giving Josh a 1/1 Thopter. Exiles 3 cards. 2 Windswept Heaths and a Reef Soul, which I think are completely fine to exile.
That land is dead.
And then Crackling Doom should resolve. There you go.
Yeah.
And take 2 damage. So all in all, not terrible for Josh.
No. Very good for Josh, very bad for Chris. I mean, that
As a
sets him
1/1.
back on mana a lot.
And I think it's time for Gideon to come.
Yeah, I don't think you can wait much longer. I do not think Josh has a counter for this because...
I don't think the Jeskai Black decks really run any counters besides Ojutai's command in their main deck.
In their main board now. They bring in negates.
It looks like he's flooding out just a little bit. Here he's decided to attack Gideon. He's got 7 mana out. Looking for, I believe, either a card in his graveyard which he should have plenty of. I believe that's a dig through time in his hand. Oh,
Ooh, Soren.
so we got Gideon and Soren,
That'll get you some life back.
and it's gonna start pumping out.
So do you just
Army
make
tokens.
Gideon a 5/5?
No, I think you just keep going with
Okay.
the 2/2s. Although Mana Strider could knock it down,
Yeah.
so there's room for arguing that you swing with Gideon there.
And yeah, it's a big life gain. 6.
He would gain 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Well,
7.
just off of him.
Oh yeah,
You know.
absolutely. And he continues to lay the lands and just passes back.
Okay, and he's beginning to do what we've seen Abzan do for a long time.
Yes, he
Put down a couple planeswalkers, start to control the board, and
run some well-timed removal out there and just start controlling it.
begin to overwhelm. Okay, we do have a Soren that's off camera. We're running out of space, apparently. He's going to throw a blocker out there. Makes sense. That 1 damage that thing was doing is not doing much at this point if he's gaining life every turn.
That is correct. And those are 3/2 life linking Knight allies.
Yep.
So he deploys the Soulfire
Soulfire.
Grandmaster.
Okay, that's not a bad blocker.
That's not terrible, and I know that traditionally, if Abzan has run its Reef Souls out, then it's real tough for him to get rid of that Soulfire Grandmaster.
Yeah.
It's led me to victory on several occasions, being able to buy back spells. So he casts Abzan Charm, I think looking for an answer, loses 2 life, draws 2 cards, and see what he gets. He gets his 5th land again. Let's see if he wants to deploy that, thinking about it.
What is the Citadel?
Sandstep Citadel comes down.
Yeah.
And looking at his hand, looks like he has Languish. Not sure. It's another
It's
Reef
another
Soul. So
Reef
it is a
Soul.
Reef Soul that I mentioned that you absolutely need against Soulfire.
So that was both of them.
But we know that Josh actually has the Ojutai's command.
He does.
And he
And
mans up Gideon.
this is going to be for a lot if there isn't an answer.
So did he man up Gideon and then roll? Or no, he rolled Soren up and then manned up Gideon. So
Yes, he did.
should have done it in the reverse order. Decides that he wants
It doesn't matter, does it? Soren is creatures you control.
Yes, so,
So-
the Soren effect doesn't have...
It constantly checks, doesn't it?
No.
It doesn't?
Yeah,
Okay.
the creature has to be... It has to be a creature or be in play when you
Okay.
roll up Soren. So Chris Kirkpatrick takes it down in a very convincing fashion for game 1.
Yeah, he just Morel sat back and he had the Ojutai's command and he was, plenty fine against any creatures that was played, but then Chris Kirkpatrick started drawing planeswalkers and
Yeah, and then Josh did not stop playing
Yeah.
lands.
yep.
Shout out to all our followers on Twitch right now who are still watching us. We appreciate you guys sticking with us all day.
Yeah, we're gonna have one more round after this one. We've seen some interesting Magic today.
Oh yes, there's been some pretty cool matchups.
Okay, Kirkpatrick. His sideboard looks like 2 Whisperwood Elementals, a Soren Solemn Visitor, an ultimate price, 2 Guilt Leaf Winnowers, 1 Languish, 3 Irration Clerics, 3 Despise, and 2 Surge Braciousness. Now, I assume Languish comes in.
You know, I think that's a fine play to bring in. He has Soulfires, he has Mana Shredders. What else do you think he has as far as creatures in his list? Jeskai Black, let me think here. I think he does.
Does he have the Jaces?
I haven't seen any Jason.
I haven't seen any out of him either, so I really don't know. Soren, I mean, we just saw that thing put in work, so maybe another one of those. Guilt Leaf Winnower wouldn't be bad in this matchup, actually.
Really? I mean, it doesn't hit Soulfire or Mana Strider.
That is true.
It has to have different power and toughness. So.
That is true.
So I don't think you bring that in. The Irration Clerics, he's not aggro enough. The Despises might be okay. I would take a look at Josh's deck list and count the creatures.
Yes.
Because I feel like Chris Kirkpatrick has enough of removal in the main that the Despise isn't that important. What I would worry about is the Planeswalkers, see how many Gideons, and if there's any other Sorens or Planeswalkers in his board, which we know they're not.
Yeah.
All right, so let's go over to. Oh, what do you think about Whisperwood?
Um, I don't mind it in this match, to be real honest, because it's. I don't know if I'm. I definitely. If you bring them in, you bring them both, okay? And it is a slow bleed. The only problem with this is you know you're going against 4 Ojutai's commands. So, I mean, while that's a bad reason to keep a card out, it's the Died to Doomblade thing. At the same time, I don't think his deck needs it. I think it can get there on Planeswalkers and Rhinos, basically.
Okay, let's go over to Josh's sideboard. Let's see what we got here. We got a Fire Impulse. Don't think that's relevant against
No.
the Abzan list. Surge Wretch, we didn't see any big black, creatures. He's running 3 colors. There's no red. Clerics, usually only good against aggro. Radiant Flames, yeah, I can't see Radiant Flames either. I believe End Hostilities be okay. Colorless Command would be great. We saw the Planeswalkers do work, so I imagine the Negate's coming in.
Yeah.
Jet's Command, great against Rhinos, and Disable Stroke, also great against Rhinos and Planeswalkers.
I think you bring in the last 5 cards.
I can agree with that. Now, what do you take out for it? And you're Jess guy.
I don't have his list directly in front of me. I know he runs a 5/4.
The Butcher of the Hordes?
Butcher. I probably take out Butcher for one of them. And I would have to see what his other setup is, to be honest.
All right, hopping back over to the feature match. Both players are shuffled up. Trying to decide whether or not you're going to keep. Can't get a good look at either player's hands and give you guys some insight.
Keeping it close to the vest.
And they have both decided to keep. It opens up with the Prairie Stream. One of the new Battle for Zendikar fetchable lands that comes in play tap. And Chris Kirkpatrick answers back with the Shambling Vents, also one of the new Battle for Zendikars. Is this the Jace that we're talking about? It is.
He does have the Jaces in there.
So, Jaces. If he doesn't have the Resoul, that Jace is going to start running away with the game.
Well,
we know that.
yeah, it's Jace. There's a reason they're so expensive, right? Like, cards don't get that good just because they're good in Commander. Like, the price doesn't get that high.
I don't know, what was the burning of Xinyi? The earthquake that was only for horsemanship?
Oh, yeah. Well, that was...
Because it was only available in Portal 3 Kingdoms?
Yeah, that had a lot to do with it, but that wasn't just in that deck.
I think it was, right?
No, it was a Legacy sideboard card and a Vintage sideboard card.
So the players just passed back and forth, playing their lands.
Which was to be expected for the first couple turns.
It looks like they're going to have access to all the colors that they need. I know the Polluted Delta can get the Smoldering Marsh.
Yeah. So we do have all colors. That's good.
All right,
We're going to see a game of Magic
yeah,
here.
hopefully we see some Battle of the Wits. So he's got black-white, which means he's in a green-white source.
Yep.
Goes and gets the Canopy Vista. Comes to play tap. Doesn't have 2 basics.
Yeah, sequencing these lands, man. It's...
Yeah, I'll be honest. It has
This
cost
is
me a
going to be
game or
the
two.
hardest thing in Standard right now.
And I think that's going to come more with tuning and playing
Time.
your deck.
Yeah.
You'll be able to easily recognize what you can or can't get.
But I really think right now, because a lot of the lists, we've seen it, they're very even. I think right now, people who know how to play their lands the right way, as long as they just draw decently, I think the people who play lands better are slightly ahead.
Yeah, I feel like it's as much as a 5% advantage if you know
An
how to
easy
fetch the
5.
correct.
It could be 10 at this point. I think it'll go down as time goes on because everyone will learn it. But the people who are ahead of curve, they're just crushing. Well, he did not take out Butchers.
Yeah, I think Butcher's fine to keep in. It is an Abzan Charm target.
It is.
Which we know he's holding one. I can see it clearly.
It's
Looks
one
like
of the
Ive
few
Soran.
creatures out there who blocks and trades for a Rhino, though. So
I remember when Butcher came out, everybody was running the Butchers and the Crackling Dooms.
I
And then it
love
fell off
Butcher.
a little bit.
Well, the problem was Stoke the Flames. That was really the problem with Butcher. It was like, well, there's so many Stokes in the format, and there's so many other things that kill, big creatures that it's just not worth it.
And Chris Kirkpatrick either has a second Ruinous Path or just not worried about any Planeswalkers in Josh's deck. So that leaves me to believe that there's probably no
Liliana?
Gideons. Nissa or Liliana? I can't see which one's marked.
Neither can I. It is
It is
Nissa.
Nissa, so great here because I don't think he had the fifth land in his hand.
Do we have an Ojutai's command? No, we do not.
And it looks like Josh is ready to Wild Slash or Fire Impulse that creature off the board immediately.
Yeah. That's not a bad plan.
I'm guessing it's a Wild Slash.
Could be a Doom.
I was thinking about this earlier. What is the relevance of running Wild Slash over Fire Impulse if you're not an aggro deck?
I don't know.
I think that Fire Impulse is just strictly better.
If you plan on using it for nothing but creatures, it is.
No, it is a Crackling Doom.
It is a Doom. He has 4 of them in his list. We saw that earlier.
Immediately puts it in the graveyard. No response to that. Can't stop Crackling Doom with Remoke's command.
Nope. You can try. Especially if you're playing me. I appreciate it. What? I can't lie.
Oh, you can. You can. You just never know.
You can try. I'll let you try.
So this game itself was a little bit slower.
Much.
Josh didn't have a play until
We have
turn
another
4.
Jace?
It looks like, yes, he drew another Jace. Plays a 6 land, hasn't missed any land drops. Runs Jace out there.
We have at least 3 in the graveyard.
Creature cards?
Cards.
I think we have 1, 2, 3, 4,
Probably
5.
more.
We have a Butcher, a Mana Strider, 2 fetch lands.
Okay, he kills it immediately.
Yes, he's not even bother
Well,
trying to save Delve cards.
regardless, he has the flooded strand up there, so he can make the graveyard what he needs it to be, and flip Jace the following turn. So you got to get that thing off the board.
We've seen Jace's run away with games.
Yeah, since the very first Jace.
Yeah.
Like, there's been what, one bad Jace?
That was the M15, the 2015 Jace.
Yeah, that was not good.
Everybody
There's a
wanted
Gideon.
to play him, and he doesn't even have the counter for it. No disdainful strokes.
Oh, yeah, everybody wanted to play him, but he wasn't there. But yeah, another Gideon.
That's the
He
big
can
headache.
just take away games, man.
That is the big headache for this Jeskai Black deck.
I wonder if Kirkpatrick is running Wingmate Rocks. Because Gideon with the emblem puts Wingmate Rocks out of languish range and really makes them a pain to deal with.
Yes, 4/5. They block rhinos all day.
Yep.
They also, the 5/6 rhino just stomps over opposing rhinos now.
Yep. Yeah, Gideon is stupid powerful.
So Josh just passed the turn back, and the Gideon, we can see the power of the new Gideon. He's just putting 2/2s out, sitting at 4. We mentioned earlier that the only 4 damage spell that was real relevant was Exquisite Firecraft, and we know that Josh doesn't have any of those.
He does not.
And we know he doesn't have Ruinous Path either.
He does not.
So no Ruinous Path, no Exquisite Firecraft. I don't see that Gideon going away anytime soon.
Nope. Trying to think here, like, for it to go away, he needs to, like, hit runner on Mantis Riders and hope that Kirkpatrick doesn't have a removal spell.
And he is holding the Eye of Sauron. He is holding the Abzan Charm.
He is, but, you know,
Oh, he gets runner. He gets one of them.
as a player, you can't think that way. You got to play it out there.
And if I was Chris, I wouldn't even hesitate. I would
Yeah,
But
I
he has
just
that
fired
edge.
it off.
fire it off. He has counter. That Gideon's important enough to protect.
Yeah, because if he can't counter this, Gideon's going to take over this game. So you have to just fire it off.
Things are looking real grim now. Real
Yeah,
grim.
I think Josh is pretty much on his back foot. Like, he needs an answer, and he needs one now.
He needs to dig through time real bad right now.
Yes.
And dig through time, maybe some sort of board. Radiant Flames. Maybe he brought those in so he can clear those tokens away for a turn.
It's possible.
Get a reprieve. And here come the Night Allies.
Which
Two,
the
two, two.
ally part isn't relevant here, but it will be. I'm sure it's in somebody's match.
Here,
Mardu deck went down, man.
It did.
Yeah.
Oh,
And
he's
that's an
going for
Abzan
lethal.
charm. Let's go for the game.
Does he have the Jutai's command? I think he's holding it utter.
Oh, no, he's drawing.
Oh, he's trying. Okay.
Okay, that's...
That's completely. I missed that. It was on his opponent's turn, so he was just
Yeah,
out of time.
we...
Draw 2 cards. Lose 2 life.
Yeah, let's go get another Abzan charm so I can go for lethal this
It's
turn.
another Nissa. I believe it's another Nissa. He put it off camera.
Yep.
He's searching. He's gonna reach.
It was green. I saw it.
Yeah. And he doesn't even, he declines to search? I think he declines to search. Does he have all his fetchable forests?
He must, but he just flipped Nissa with that land.
And I believe it was a shambling event. And he's going to roll it up. If it's a land, you put it into play. If it's not land, you put it in your hand. And he puts
That's a
Soren.
Soren in the hand.
Now we've seen this.
Yeah, this setup is ugly.
Soren and Gideon together, best friends.
They're really nice. They work well. It's as good as Gideon Jace back in the day, almost.
Even if he draws a board wipe here, those double shambling events.
Yeah,
and he extends the hand. He did bring the Surge of Righteousness in.
He was on Valor stances, so, if Rhinos did show up,
yeah,
he had the answers.
I don't think you bring those Surges in, though, with the Valor stances already.
Neither do I.
Crackling Dooms.
Well.
And it looks like Chris Kirkpatrick takes it down.
He's going to move on to the finals, and we know he's going to play against either Eldrazi or Teamer.
I am looking...
I want Eldrazi. I've seen the Teamer match a lot.
I want to see that Eldrazi ramp on camera one more time.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. Like, I want to root for Broderick. Yeah, I do, but, the non-biased part of me says that, I think that the Eldrazi deck's funner to watch.
All right, so Scotty 1700 says he'd really like to see Chris's deck. He says he thinks it's just what he's wanting to build. So let me go grab that deck list.
Okay. And I will ramble because I can ramble. So for those who are wondering who I am, my name is Angelo. I'm the host of the Pit Imps podcast. I am here at Titan Game Shop, where we have a standard PPTQ, SCG, IQ, 1K, and we've had a lot of good matches today. We've had some very interesting things. We have John. He's got the Kirkpatrick deck list, and we're going to see what's going on here.
All right. Let's see what we got here. Hey guys, I bet you're tired of seeing our faces. John Tan over here.
I'm tired of seeing my face.
Angelo. I'm the co-owner of Titan Game Shop.
I'm Angelo.
I
do Pit Imps. I mentioned that while he was gone,
We have been fortunate enough for him to grace us with his sexy, sexy voice.
Okay, I'll give it the voice. Yeah, just the voice.
And bring you this great coverage today. All right, so let's see. Chris Kirkpatrick, who has aptly named his deck the old school name, Junk, has 2 Languish, 3 Den Protectors, 4 Absent Charm, the full package, 2 Murderous Cuts,
okay,
1 Crux of Fate, 3 Ruinous Path, 2 Obnixilus Reunited. We
didn't even see that.
Yeah. 2 Nissa Vastwood Seer, 2 Gideon Ally of Zendikar, 1 Ugin the Spirit Dragon. Wow, he's actually the controllish version. Very controllish.
I mean, he is super friends.
Yeah, 1 Soren the Solemn Visitor. Only 1 in the main. 2 Dragonlord Jamokas. We did not see a Dragonlord Jamoka.
We did not look at a Dragonlord.
And that would have been great in this matchup.
Yes, it would have been.
4 Siege Rhino. Only 2 Reef Soul.
We saw both of them.
1 Utter End and 1 Tasker the Golden Fang.
We did see the 1 Utter End as well.
Yes, he saw.
So technically, he kind of drew hot in game 1. Like, he had the answer each time.
Yes.
And it was the right one.
Moving to the lands, we have 4 Swamps, 1 Plains, 1 Forest, which is why...
That's why he failed, or chose not to search, okay.
Only 1 Canopy Vista, 2 Scoured Barrens. Do you think that's a financial issue that there's Scoured Barrens there?
I don't know. I'm still pondering the fact that he has 2 Nissas and 1 Forest. Just...
2 Caves of Koilos, 2 Llanowar Waste, 3 Shambling Events, 3 Jungle Hollows, 4 Sandstep Citadel, and 4 Windswept Heath.
I have to assume that some of those choices are financial choices, or
the new
they very well just could be he hasn't gotten his hands on the new cards yet.
But yes, the new fetchable lands are actually pretty expensive now.
Yeah, and we don't know if he's a singles buyer, if he's... I don't know, at least, if he's a singles buyer or if he's a box buyer. And if you're a box buyer, you're kind of at the whims of what you open, where the singles buyers are like, I got exactly what I want. And I know in the past I've been a box buyer.
And on a
I'll buy
side
2 or
note,
3 boxes, you know.
if you guys do need singles, you guys can go to TitanGameShop.com and order singles and steel product there. But enough of that. We're gonna move over.
Yeah,
to
we can sell you this deck list.
And sideboard, you got to look at it earlier when we switched to. It's 2 Whisperwood Elemental, 1 Soren Solemn Visitor, 1 Ultimate Price, 2 Guiltleaf Winnower, 1 Languish, 3 Irration Clerics, 3 Despise, and 2 Surge of Righteousness. So, probably the extreme side of the control Abzan variants.
I mean, this thing is super friends.
Yeah, he's got 2 Omnixilis, 2 Nissas, 2 Gideons, and Ugin and a Soren. So, if you count the Nissas as Planeswalkers, we've got 6 Planeswalkers in
I
there.
hate to say it, but this is more junk than Abzan.
8
I know
Planeswalkers.
I know the colors say it's Abzan, but that's a junk deck, dude. It's like I have 6 threats that are actually creatures,
And then 2 Dragon Lord.
and then I have a bunch of crap.
Yeah, it's all good at like single.
Yeah, it's just good stuff. I mean, that's your toolbox rock junk deck.
Yeah, it's a great 1-for-1 creature removal, and then you've got a little bit of card advantage in the form of Abzan Charm and Den Protectors.
Yeah, exactly. Like Den Protector's not a real threat. Den Protector is card advantage. You know, it's recursion. It's not a threat on its own. It's what it does.
And a chumper for the turn.
Yeah, I mean, like people usually don't die to just a singleton Den Protector
That's true.
directly from damage. They die from the thing that it gets back.
But I have seen the rare occasion where you Abzan Charm that Den Protector.
I have died to that, but it usually doesn't happen.
Yeah, that's not usually how things go.
It takes multiple cards to make that work.
Usually you just look around, realize your hand's empty, and they have a Soren and a Gideon in play.
Yeah, and it's like he has a Tasigur, he has 2 Dragon Lords, and 4 Rhinos. Those are his threats that are actually creatures, and everything else is a Planeswalker. So it's all utility, the entire deck.
That is an old school junk list.
That is a junk list. That is not an Abzan list. He properly named that thing. I am going to give him credit for that while we're in between rounds. Trust me.
All right. So we will see where our other semi-final matches. If they're anywhere.
If they have not entered Game 3 yet and they get to Game 3, we will be back for it.
Aptly put. Okay.
If not, we'll see you in the finals.
All right. We'll be back in just a little bit, guys.
Okay, everyone, we are back. Unfortunately for you, but fortunate for the players, they decided on a prize split, which is not something that we can stop them from doing. So,
Absolutely not. And it's something that happens at the lower competitive level events like IQs and PPTQs. Some of these players can't travel the distance it takes to get to the RPTQs.
yeah, that was exactly what he said. He goes, the one guy said, I don't even think I'd be able to make it if it happened.
Yeah,
So,
with
yeah,
my
sure, no
schedule.
problem. So,
We're here to do our farewells, our send-offs, do a couple quick
yeah, let me
announcements.
real quickly, before we even get into that, let's thank everybody who joined us today, whether you're still on the stream or not. Thank you for joining us. We have a good time doing this, and we're going to bring more in the future. I'd hope.
Absolutely. We don't have a PPTQ or IQ scheduled, but we will get it scheduled as soon as the next season's events come out, and we'll be able to let you
Absolutely.
know.
And we know we have a pre-release in January.
Yep, we streamed the last one, and we had lots of viewers from all over the
If
country and all over the world.
if we're going to get 60 players, I don't see why we don't do that.
Yeah,
You
absolutely.
know.
People who are on the West Coast, or even in time zones that are behind us, can get a quick look, get an hour or two in, see what the decks are, deck types people are building,
Yeah.
and playing, and actually get a pretty good idea of how certain interactions work. Like, we know for sure that landfall triggers were missed a lot.
A
And
lot,
We stressed
yes.
that on the stream. Hey guys, if you're gonna go to a pre-release in an hour or two, just keep in mind the landfall triggers are hugely important.
Yeah, always point them out. But you know, these are fun. We enjoy them. We hope you guys enjoyed them. And again, we hope to bring many more back to you in the future as the store and these tournaments just grow and grow and grow
And Pit podcast as well.
as well. Yeah. My name is Angelo. I am from the Pit Imps podcast. You can find it on mtgcast.com. It's sponsored by my fine sponsor here,
Yes, and we love to sponsor you.
Titan Game Shop. And, you can also find me streaming Monday, Wednesday, Friday. I stream just random drafts and, things like that. And you can also, on Tuesday nights, actually check out the podcast live, which is not something a lot of podcasts do, and it's kind of dangerous because we got to watch what we say, and sometimes alcohol happens, you know.
Yeah.
But you can find that on twitch.tv/pit_imps, and pit is spelled with two T's. It's not like the Pit Imp card. It's like Pittsburgh, the city, but
Underscore
a,
imps.
a neat play on the card. So yeah, you can find me there. You can also find me on Twitter at Gonksuo. That's GANKSUOU. I respond pretty much to everybody. If you have any emails you want to send me, you can send me to pitimppodcast@gmail.com. John?
And as he just mentioned, my name is John. I'm the co-owner of Titan Game Shop. We've mentioned this several times. Right behind me, you can see Facebook.com/TitanGameShop.com
Mm-hmm.
for any needs and wants for sealed singles products or just questions in general. You can direct them towards us. You can also get to us at TitanCards@gmail.com. That's TAI, not TITA, and there is another Titan cards out there. So
There is.
if you want to direct to us, make sure you add the A in there. And people keep asking me what the tie means, like why the A, and that is actually one of my friends who helped me open this beautiful business that you have seen that is growing. So I personally want to thank you guys for your support, for showing up, for your feedback on the Twitch, and for anybody who's actually just walked into their front door and introduced themselves, and any potential people who want to come in and check us out.
Yeah.
So we are quickly growing. We are located
Located.
in Hopewell, Aliquippa. So
Hopewell, Aliquippa, Pennsylvania.
yes, Pennsylvania. So
Yeah.
come find us if you're in the area. Stop by, say hello, say hey, caught you on the stream, and we'll shake hands.
Yeah, and during the GP, we have a GP Pittsburgh coming up.
Yes, GP Pittsburgh's coming up.
This place is 20 minutes north, and I'm sure that some things will be going on for Friday Night Magic that night.
Yeah, we have Thursdays and Monday nights. Like, we get about anywhere from 16 to about 30 people, sometimes more. I'm sure once we get closer to GP Pittsburgh, those numbers are going to only go up.
Yeah.
And we'll also be announcing some modern test nights where we stay open a little bit later. Ordinarily, we close at 9, but during events we stay open a little later. And for those nights that we're testing for GP Pittsburgh, we'll probably be open to like 1 or 2.
Yeah, and if you do get to town early that weekend, feel free to come up, check out the store, play in the Friday Night Magic, get in some fine testing. We have good players up here.
We got a lot of deck lists put together. We have over 12 modern lists we have people who are already interested in testing with us. So shoot us email.
Yeah. Anything else, sir?
I want to thank Mike Plazik for spotting for us
Yeah.
out there.
We gave him crap, but he did a good job overall for his first time with the computer.
And Chris, my business partner, for running the event essentially on his own.
Yeah, we got to end Frank.
Oh, yes.
We have to thank Frank.
And a shout out to our level 2 judge, Frank Tavern. Has been great for us. Great judge, good guy overall, very jovial.
Yeah, he actually comes on at my show when a new set comes out and goes over mechanics with us.
That's great. He is the person to ask about rules questions. We have several L2s out there, but Frank is always the one that's like, goes out there and he just, hey, I'm open. If you need help, just let me know. So
and if he doesn't know something, he doesn't make something up.
Yeah,
he finds out.
To find out.
And that's a big one. Like, it drives me nuts when somebody makes something up and you're like, okay, I need to talk to another judge. You don't have to do that with Frank. He's going to always get the right answer because if he doesn't know it, he'll admit it.
And if there's anybody we left out, we apologize, but
thank all of our players who showed up today.
Yes, all the players. We had a we have a great community of players that come out here, So,
yeah.
Without further ado, we will
say goodbye until next time. Have a good one, folks.